Welcome to the Sober Christian Gentleman podcast. This is a clean book reading of Water of Life by Armstrong. No commentary, just the book from cover to cover, and that's it. I hope you enjoy it. Otherwise, God bless. All right, I'm going to do a book reading for Water of Life, a treatise on urine therapy by John W. Armstrong, which was published in this edition, 1971. Now, I've read these chapters kind of over a period of time, and I gave my commentary in the podcast at different areas, and I want to actually provide like the whole book in one easy-to-read, front-to-back kind of format. So I'm going to start today with the pre-introduction, which says about this book. It says, J.W. Armstrong has written a remarkable treatise in support of his theory that all disease, except those caused by traumatism or structural defects, can be cured by one means. Orthodox practitioners are mainly concerned with identifying diseases and applying treatment which suppress the symptoms without eradicating the underlying cause of the malady. But as the naturopath Louis Cohn maintained, it is absurd to treat an organ separately, as specialists often do. If an eye is diseased, there's something in the body itself which is causing that disease. The therapy outlined in this book is an entirely drugless system of healing. Moreover, the only ingredient is a substance manufactured in the body, rich in mineral salts, hormones, and other vital substances, namely human urine. It has been argued that it cannot be right to take back into the body something which the body is apparently discarding. Yet this objection ignores the principle of composting as practiced by organic gardeners. Rotting dead leaves, when dug back into the soil, provide valuable mineral salts to nourish new plant life. The same principle holds. The book includes details of successful treatments by urine therapy in cases of the common cold, rheumatism, arthritis, mucus colitis, obesity, prostate trouble, pyorrhea, and many other disorders and diseases. Water of Life by J. Armstrong. The next section is the foreword. By those many people who have derived and are still deriving benefit from urine therapy, I have repeatedly been asked to write a book, but hitherto I have demurred. First, because the necessary leisure has been lacking, and secondly, because I am adverse to any form, however, realizing that a thing of self-advertisement which is put off too long may never be accomplished at all. I have finally decided to yield to the persuasions, and this treatise is largely compiled from notes, case sheets, and letters. Other reasons for giving out my experiences to the world will become apparent to the reader in due course. I am fully aware that the publication of this book is attended with certain indirect drawbacks. One is that the writer may be inundated with letters, and another is that if he is a practitioner, he may be inundated with patients who may apply to him or his publishers. As I am not touting for patients, that was a further reason why I wish to delay writing this book. But now that it is going forth to the public, the following must be emphasized. Number one, a law having been passed making it now illegal for any but a qualified medical practitioner to declare he can cure certain specific disease, cancer being, one should be noted that all case histories relative to such diseases mentioned in this book are those of the patients I treated prior to the passing of the law in question. Am I not in a position to state whether the law can be stretched so far as to make it illegal for a layman to say he has cured such disorders in the past? But if so, then in accordance with the medical dictum, one is forced to assume that where any such disease have yielded to another other than orthodox treatment, they have perforce been wrongly diagnosed. So they have been wrongly diagnosed. Number two, as the therapy to be outlined in this book is an entirely drugless system of healing and is a specific for health and not for any given disease, diagnosis plays no practical part in the treatment. Thus, although the chapters are headed with the names of various disorders, it is merely for the sake of literary expedience and to show that they have provided amenable to the general treatment. John Armstrong, 1944. Quote, many people believe that 50,000 doctors, vast hospital, armies of nurses, dentists, chemists, clinics, and about 300,000 mentally deranged are signs of progressive medicine and civilization. But actually, they demonstrate complete failure of our medical system and wrong guidance of the public in nutrition and other ways of living. Thousands of operations carried out weekly with brilliant technique given additional proof that the prior treatment had not achieved successful cure. Close quote. Quote, health and not disease is the true inheritance of life. Human creatures fail to realize facts which stare them in the face. We are made of what we eat, so if any organ becomes diseased, it generally means the food was wrong. Close quote. Major C. Fraser Mackenzie. Health Through Homeopathy, June and July 1944. Quote, disease becomes a vested interest, and consciously or unconsciously the doctor fosters it as such. It is quite a common observation that doctors produce disease. Moreover, the whole system and philosophy of our dealing with disease is mistaken. Close quote. Dr. W. H. White, MRCS, LRCP. Hippocrates, the great priest of medicine, advised that physicians to accept the help of the laity in the treatment of disease, but his advice was seldom followed. Like the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of health has to be taken by storm. JWA. Now on with chapter 1. I'm going to be reading the Water of Life, subtitle, A Treatise on Urine Therapy, close quote, by the author John W. Armstrong. Now we'll begin with chapter 1. We'll begin. Owing to the increasing part played by vested interests in many branches of human endeavor, not least in the very lucrative providing of remedies for disease, intelligent members of the public are growing more and more distrustful of orthodox medical methods. Many people must have asked themselves the following questions. How come is it that for over 50 years the orthodox cancer researchers have been occupying themselves with the cause and cure of malignancy, yet still can suggest nothing better than knife, radium, or x-rays? How comes it that after letters from many doctors had appeared in the British Medical Journal testifying to the highly unsatisfactory results of radium treatment, it is none the less still boosted in this country and elsewhere? How comes it that when effective treatments for cancer have been discovered either by a qualified doctor or by practitioners of unorthodox schools, they have not been recognized by the cancer research ring, which still asks the public to donate large sums towards the discovery of a cure? To these questions, with which I shall deal in my afterword, no satisfactory answers are forthcoming, and we are forced to the conclusion that although there are many selfless and noble-minded doctors to be found in most countries, in modern medicine itself, many things prevail which are much to be deplored. Number 1, the torture of animals for experimentation and for the preparation of sera and vaccines. Number 2, the fostering of fear in the public mind by means of advertising. Number 3, commercialism and vested interests which ought to play no part in healing the sick. And number 4, a narrow-spirited element of trade unionism which suggests that the patient exists for the doctors instead of vice versa. All these things many doctors themselves have at one time or another commented upon and regretted in forceful terms. And yet, as after a war, nature or, quote, the higher powers, close quote, seem to step in to adjust the balance of things by ensuring that a greater proportion of male children should be born. So when medicine becomes over-tinctured with medical considerations, do they seem inspired some method of healing as a corrective to the tendencies and as a help to those who are large-minded enough to take advantage of it? Such a method may be precluded by other methods which prepare the way for its acceptance. For one must admit that naturopathy has been instrumental in curing many diseases where the orthodox system has significantly failed. Nevertheless, as we shall see anon, naturopathy, as it is usually practiced, does not go far enough. For although it can cleanse the body of its toxins, it cannot replace wasted tissue incidental to such grievous ills as consumption or other diseases of equal gravity. This can only be accomplished by elaboration of an ancient therapy, the details of which I propose to put forward in this book, and which I have practiced myself on some thousands of others with significant success, although many of them were said to be suffering from incurable diseases. It is true that at one time I had resolved not to write my book until I had the chance of curing even leprosy. But as I am unlikely to come across a case of this dreaded disease, unless enabled to visit those countries where it is prevalent, I have decided to give the details of my experience to the public without further delay. My contention is, and I do not stand alone in putting it forward, that within the man himself is to be found the substance to cure his diseases, whether they be so-called wasting diseases or otherwise. And I propose to substantiate this contention by case sheets on the principle that 1 ounce of fact is worth many pounds of theories. If in the course of stating the facts, references to medical failures should be essential, this is unavoidable in the interest of the public and of truth itself. And such references are made in no spirit of hostility towards the doctors. As already implied, there are many uses and honest physicians to whom I wish to do no injustice. It is erroneous and harmful beliefs and practices which I am constrained to criticize, not personalities. The readers will see for themselves that such criticism cannot arise from any ulterior motives. I have no secret remedy or patient medicine to sell. Indeed, although a layman, am only following the policy required for all reputed members of the medical profession themselves, vis-a-vis, mark to secret any discovery which may prove useful in curing mankind. The more so in many cases, the treatment can be carried out at home without any financial outlay whatsoever. End of chapter 1. The Water of Life by Armstrong. Chapter 2. Before relating my own experience with urine therapy, it is advisable to quote some opinions derived from both ancient and modern sources as to the value of urine as a curative agent. Towards the beginning of the last century, a book entitled 1000 Notable Things was published simultaneously in England, Scotland, and Ireland. In this book appeared the following citation, quote, an universal and excellent remedy for all distempers inward and outward. Drink your own water in the morning, 9 days together, and it cures the scurvy, makes the body lightsome and cheerful. Close quote. Next quote. Quote, it is good against the dropsy and jaundice, drunk as before stated. Close quote. Next quote. Wash your ears with it warm, and it is good against deafness, noises, and most other ailments in the ears. Close quote. Next quote. Wash your eyes with your own water, and it cures sore eyes, clears and strengthens the sight. Close quote. Quote, wash and rub your hands with it, and it takes away numbness, chaps and sores, and makes the joints limber. Close quote. Next quote. Wash any green wound with it, and it is extraordinarily good thing. Close quote. Quote, wash any part that itches, and it takes the itch away. Close quote. Quote, wash the fundament, and it is good against files and other sores. Close quote. Here is another quaintly expressed extract from an old book called Salmon's English Physician, published 1695, which I will quote in part here. Quote, urine is taken from humankind and most four-footed animals, but the former is that which it chiefly uses. In physic and chemistry, it is the serum or watery part of the blood, which being diverted by the emulgent arteries to the veins is there separated, and by the ferment of the parts converted into urine. Man's or woman's urine is hot, dry, dissolving, cleansing, discussing, resist putrefaction, used inwardly against obstructions of the liver, spleen, gall, as also against the dropsies, jaundice, stoppage of the tens in women's, the plague and all manner of malignant fevers, or malign fevers. Close quote. The next quote. Quote, outwardly applied, it cleanses the skin and softens it by washing it therewith, especially being warm or new made. Cleanses, heals, and dries up wounds, though made with poisoned weapons. Cures dandruff, scurf, and bathed upon the pulses, cools the heat of fevers. Is excellent against trembling, numbness, and the palsy, and bathed upon the region of the spleen, urine eases the pains thereof. Close quote. Next quote. The virtues of the volatile salts of urine, it powerfully absorbs acids and destroys the very root of most diseases in the human body. It opens all obstructions of reins. I think they mean veins there. Continuing on. Mesentery and womb. Purifies the whole mass of blood and humors. Cures. Cachexia. Rheumatism and hypochondriac diseases, and is given with admirable success in epilepsies, vertigos, apoplexies, convulsions, lethargies, migraines, palsies, lamensness, numbness, loss of the use of limbs, atrophies, vapors, fits of the mother, and most cold and moist diseases of the head, brain, nerves, joints, and the womb. Leucorrhea should be added to this list. Close quote. Next quote. It opens the obstructions of the reins and urinary passages, dissolves tartarous coagulations in those parts, breaks and expels stones and gravel. Close quote. And just to be clear, when they say reins, they mean veins. That's what I'm getting from this. Next quote. Quote, it is specific remedy against dysuria, ichturia, and all obstructions of the urine whatsoever. Close quote. Quote, so much of this panegyric on what some of us have come to term the eau de la vie. But one also reads that in the 18th century it was much extolled as a valuable mouthwash by Parisian dentists. Close quote. I will now quote some modern opinions as to the value of urine. Writing in Candide, Professor Jean Rostand repeatedly stressed the biological significance of those substances known as hormones. The gist of his article in some 1,200 words may be condensed as follows. Quote, a recent discovery regarding the activity of hormones has completely revolutionized their studies. That certain of them filter through the kidney to pass out in the urine. Multiple hypophysical hormones, the hormones of the adrenal and hormones of the sexual glands, have been found in normal urine. The discovery of hormone urinatology has had far-reaching consequences. Urine provides a practically unlimited quantity of basic matter. From the therapeutic point of view, it is possible to envisage the use the use of these human hormones as apparently capable of exercising great power over the human organism. Close quote. Thus, urine extolled by many of the ancients, but misunderstood by the semi-moderns, now appears in the light of a wonderful reservoir, a filter of preeminent value. It contains a pure and often undreamt of quantity, products of the most vital nature, bearing out what Mr. Ellis Baker maintains when he wrote that, quote, our body distills the most wonderful medicines and provides the most perfect serums and antibodies, close quote. I will now quote some remarks taken from a pamphlet by Mr. T. Wilson Diekman, PhD and MD, who writes, quote, As the urine content varies according to the pathological state of the patient, its use is indicated in all forms of disease except those caused by traumatism, open brackets, broken limbs, close brackets, or those that are mechanical nature. It saves the physician from the mistake that is mad in selecting the indicated remedy for 3,000 drugs or more. What cannot be cured by the force of the body cannot be cured by the forces outside the body. Close quote. It is not irrelevant here to mention that the late Maurice Wilson, who made a magnificent, if abortive attempt to climb Mount Everest, ascribed his immunity from ordinary ills and his astonishing stamina to his many fasts on urine only, plus external friction with urine. The lamas of Tibet and the yogis with whom he associated prior to his attempt claimed to live in great age by means of the use of urine. By the same means, they can also traverse deserts inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Last century, between the 1860s to 70s, the drinking of one's urine was a well-known cure for jaundice, and some doctors had the courage to prescribe it. I learned from one of my patients that when he was a boy, his grandfather had cured him of an attack of jaundice by urging him, on the advice of a doctor, to drink all the urine he passed during the 4 days of his illness. Among gypsies, the health-giving properties of urine have been known for centuries. Cow urine has been taken in large quantities for the cure of Bright's disease, dropsy, and other afflictions. I once met a Dorset farrier who had over a period of 60 years drunk 4 pints of cow's urine a day. He was 80 at the time, straight as a yardstick, and he told me that he was never ill. He had, on the advice of a gypsy, begun the treatment at the age of 20 for throat and chest troubles. Nevertheless, cow's urine as a curative agent is inferior to the patient's own urine, and I have known it to fail in case of Bright's disease brought on by alcoholism. The wiser of the ancient Greeks used nothing but urine for the treatment of wounds. The Eskimos even to this day adopt the same measures. The question may be asked if urine therapy has been used by anyone in comparatively recent times, and the answer is in the affirmative. Apart from others, the late W.H. Baxter J.P. of Leeds and Harrogate not only took his own urine, but wrote numerous pamphlets on the subject which might have been regarded more seriously had they not been interlarded with somewhat irrelevant moralizing. Quote, Mr. Baxter, who lived to a ripe old age, declared that he had cured himself of cancerous growth by applying his own urine in the form of a compress, and by drinking his own urine neat. He further declared that he had cured himself of the complaints by these simple means. Mr. Baxter contended that urine is the finest antiseptic that exists, and having made this discovery, he formed the daily habit of drinking 3 tumblers full of a prophylactic against disease. He maintained that if autogenous urine is taken in this way, the more innocuous it becomes. He applied it to his eyes as a strengthening lotion and used it after shaving for his complexion. He also advocated its external use for wounds, swelling, boils, etc. As an apparent, he declared it to be unsurpassed. Close quote. See Doctors, Diseases, and Health by Cyril Scott. It continues on. I can vouch for the truth of this statement, as Mr. Baxter was for a short time one of my patients. But what is not mentioned in the above is that during the treatment he fasted on urine and water only. His fasting, as the reader will see later, is an essential part of the treatment at any rate in serious disease conditions. In some rural districts, the use of cow's urine has been advocated by doctors for boils. A case may be quoted of a man who had a number of painful boils under his arms. They were quickly cured by compresses of cow's urine. En passant, I may mention that not so long ago, one of the most exclusive and expensive toilet soaps was made from the dehydrated salts and fats of the urine of grass-fed cows, and another from the urine of Russian peasants. Open bracket. My informant was a chemist who knew what he was talking about, close bracket. Furthermore, some expensive face creams containing hormones derived from human urine, quote, what the eye seeth not, close quote. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the book Water of Life by Armstrong. The title of this chapter is Some Objections Answered. Before proceeding, it is advisable to deal with some objections which have been and may still be raised. It has been argued that if a man were intended to drink his own urine, that he would have been born with the instinct. But one may as well argue that because man, to do so, has not been born with the instinct to do deep breathing exercises or adopt other measures which have been proven conductive to health, they are therefore invalid or reprehensible. Take, for instance, the yogis of India. By dint in practicing breathing exercises, strange postures, etc., they not only arrive at perfect state of health, but contrive to extend life far beyond the usual 70 years and 10. At 150 years of age, a proficient Hatha Yoga had not even a gray hair. Open bracket. See Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. Close bracket. It is true that the science of yoga can only be safely learnt at the hands of a competent teacher, but that is another argument against the instinct theory. Quote, see Heaven's Lies Within Us by Theos Bernard, close quote, or close bracket. One notices, by the way, that man does not trouble about his instincts when it is a question of imbibing strong liquors or smoking hundreds of cigarettes. In short, when it's a matter of doing things which are bad for him, even though the first time he experiences their, quote, delights, close quote, his instinct rebelled. And now to answer another objection, how can it be right to take back into the body something which the body is apparently discarding? And yet, if we turn to nature, what do we find? We find that where instead of, quote, scientific, close quote, manures, the dead leaves are put back into the soil. The resultant flowers are the most fragrant, the fruits the sweeter, and the trees the healthier. On the other hand, when the soil is for some reason deprived of those chemical substances produced by the dead leaves, etc., then the trees which grow in that soil are disfigured, or by extra senses, which I think quite aptly have been called tree cancers. What we are accustomed to regard as useless dead leaves are the very opposite of useless, and should be dug back into the soil instead of being swept away by the gardener. Let those who challenge this statement taste the insini produce, grown from soil treated on the principle that all that comes from the soil should be put back into the soil, and they will soon be convinced that the principle is a correct one. The idea that nature is wasteful is erroneous. She only appears wasteful to us because we do not understand her. The rotting dead leaves provide the most valuable mineral salts for the soil, one of the most essential being potash. Even the ashes of burnt dead leaves and burnt wood, or charcoal, are of great value. Therefore, why should a principle which applies throughout nature not apply, quote, open bracket, with certain reservations, close bracket, to the human body? This question is more readily answered if we consider the constituents of urine. Yet before doing so, something should be said about the unreliability of urine analysis as a means of diagnosis. Though urine analysis is still a practice among orthodox doctors, it has been found that the elements in and general condition of urine depend far more on the character of the food and drink taken by the patient than on any fancied or real disease condition. Even the presence of sugar can no longer be regarded as an infallible sign of diabetes. This I have proven to my own satisfaction by taking for a day nothing but drinks made of chemical sweet powders, and nothing in the way of food except a quantity of heavily sweetened ices. On such a diet, after 12 to 14 hours, the urine of an otherwise healthy person becomes charged with sugar and suggests to the doctor that he had diabetes. Similar mistakes have been made with regard to albumin, found in the urine as a result of an ill-balanced diet. Some years ago, a friend of the writers connected with a life insurance company had a number of, quote, prospects, close quote, turned down, owing to heavy deposits of albumin in their urine. Finally, he thought three of these men along. I'll read that again. Finally, he brought 3 of these men along by dint of altering their diet. All the investigations supposed to be indications of Bright's disease, nephritis, and albuminuria, for which they were alleged to be suffering, very soon vanished, and at a subsequent examination by the insurance doctor, they were told they must have had local inflammations when previously examined. Further comment seems superfluous. There's a whole list of items here. It says urea N, nitrogen, urea, creatine N, creatine, uric acid N, uric acid, ammonia N, or amino N and ammonia N, sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium, chloride, total sulfate, inorganic sulfate, inorganic phosphate, pH, total acidity, N10 acid, a bunch of numbers. I'll continue on. Dr. G.S. Cotton of Temple, Texas writes me that the urine also contains, quote, allotane, close quote. No mention of the valuable hormones to which Professor Jean Rostard refers is made in the above. This is significant as showing the amount of valuable mineral salts contained in healthy urine, to appreciate which one needs to have studied the biochemic system of medicine. Even so, as already implied, there are a wide variations in urine composition according to the foods and drinks consumed. For instance, taking 50 normal subjects, we find that whereas the average urea N amount is 682, the maximum amount 1829, whilst the minimum was 298. As the volume of urine passed, it varies greatly according to diet and season of the year. Also, urine passed at night is about 1/4 to 1/2 of the passed during daytime. In view of the above analysis, we may well ask ourselves the question: if the elements which urine reveal are not required by the body, then why do our food chemists and biochemists emphasize their value and declare them to be essential to the body's upkeep? The idea that urine contains poisonous elements which the body is endeavoring to eliminate is based upon theory only, and not on demonstrated facts. As survivors in open boats and rafts often drink their own urine when their water supply becomes deficient, surely if they were drinking poisonous fluid, they would die or become very ill. Far from this being the case, the practice of drinking urine is pronounced to be harmless. But, as the medical department of the Navy pointed out in a letter to an inquirer, quote, the benefit obtained is not as great as would appear at first sight because of the dehydration. The output of urine falls to a very low level, close quote. I shall comment on this later. Meanwhile, I may remark that what may be, quote, poison, close quote, when separated from its natural environment, may not act as a poison when the medical remaining in its natural environment. Profession may have been impressed when, at the beginning of the century, Char wrote a whole book on the, quote, poisons, close quote, of urine. But as Professor Jean Rostand, already quoted, has since written, quote, the time is not far off when it will be imperative to write of the blessings of urine, close quote. Indeed, as we shall see in the course of these pages, the most pregnant of all facts is the outstanding fact that urine, however thick, concentrated, scanty, and seemingly, quote, poisonous, close quote, it may appear at the onset of such diseases as genuine Bright's disease, influenza, and others, very soon becomes filtered and greatly increased in volume when freely imbibed. This is a fact I have witnessed together with other practitioners of urine therapy in hundreds of so-termed helpless cases, and in the best and most defined answer to the objection with which I am dealing. On the other objection which has been mooted, open bracket, namely by those who are wont to put their trust in the princes of medicine, close bracket, is as follows. If urine was at one time known to be such a valuable remedy, why has it fallen, and yet those who put their question into disrepute? must be unacquainted with the most elementary fact of orthodox medical history, which related to one long series of changes of policy, changes of drugs, of treatments, of fads and fashions, and exploded superstitions, of some altercations, of envies, and even persecutions, of the strangest remedies, have had a vogue for a few years, only to be regarded a few years later as the most disgusting and barbarous superstitions. For instance, the notorious Cardinal Richelieu was given horse dung in wine to drink on his deathbed, and not by quacks, but by men who should nowadays be called qualified doctors. Open bracket, see Devils, Drugs, and Doctors by H.W. Waggard, MHD, close bracket. Quote, nor am I here giving away, close quote, state secrets, close quote, in alluding to the instability which characterizes the orthodox medical profession. Speaking at the King's College HM School in October 1st, 1918, the Surgeon General, Sir Watson Shine, MP, urged the students to remember, quote, medicine is not an exact science, and a good deal of what they were being taught was not true. And when they came to deal with life, they knew so little about the living body that they could not be dogmatic. They could only lay down hypotheses which would hold for a day and then pass away. And just as the teachings of 70 years ago seemed to them very curious and not very sound, so it would be exactly the same 40 years hence, close quote. Open bracket, The Times, October 2nd, 1918, close bracket. The truth of this utterance applies every bit as much today as it did in 1918, perhaps even more so. It is not an exaggeration to say that far from being an exact science, in spite of all the, quote, scientific, close quote, tests that patients are subjected to these days, it still remains such an inexact science that 10 different doctors have been known to give 10 different diagnoses relative to an apparently simple ailment as a persistent headache. In the American journal Liberty, January 22nd, 1938, there appeared to be a significant article by a man in the late 20s who relates his attempts to get rid of an annoying trouble by consulting no less than 10 doctors in succession. At the end of his adventures, he still retained his headache. As the story is so significant and not unfraught with the ironic and humorous side, it may be condensed here. Quote, so here it is. The doctor told him he had an obstruction in his nose and must see a nose specialist. The second told him there was nothing the matter with his nose, but he must see an oculist. The third told him he had low blood pressure and must have injections. The fourth told him he had high blood pressure and must diet himself to lower it. The fifth told him his liver was enlarged and he must have electrical treatment. The sixth told him his liver was not enlarged, but in secret, insufficient bile. It secreted insufficient bile. The seventh told him that his pituitary gland was not functioning properly, and he must have glandular injections. The eighth told him he was suffering from the intestinal poisoning and must cut down his eating and smoking. The ninth told him that this was a case of nervous debility, and he must take some pills for the trouble. The 10th told him there was nothing really the matter with him and that his headache was just headaches. In citing this article, I'm not implying the doctors are ignoramuses. On the contrary, they are so full of erudition that they cannot see the wood of truth for the trees of learning. This is one very cogent reason why sooner or later they reject the simple remedy or treatment for the complex, no matter how efficacious that simple remedy has proven to be. A final objection which may be raised against the urine intake by the fastidious, open bracket, although it constitutes no argument against its therapeutical value, close bracket, is that the taste must be so utterly revolting that only heroes could bring themselves to drink it. The assumption, however, is incorrect. The taste of healthy urine is not nearly as objectionable as, say, Epsom salts. Fresh morning urine is merely somewhat bitter and salty. But as already mentioned, the more frequently it is taken more innocuous doses, it becomes. Or I'll say that again. But as already mentioned, the more frequently it is taken, the more innocuous does it become. and as might be expected, its tastes vary from day to day and even from hour to hour according to the foods which we have eaten. Even the urine which is passed in some serious diseases is not as obnoxious to taste as its appearance may suggest. And now, having cited testimonials both ancient and modern as to the therapeutical value of urine, and having also dealt with the aforementioned objections, I will sum up the evidence contained through many years of practice and personal experience on the part of those who are in a position to know the real facts. Urine, on being taken into the body, is filtered. It becomes purer and purer even in the course of one day's living upon it plus tap water, if required. First it cleanses, then it frees from obstruction, and finally rebuilds the vital organs and passages after they have been wasted by the ravages of disease. In fact, it rebuilds not only the lungs, pancreas, liver, brain, heart, etc., but also repairs the linings of the brain, bowel, and other linings, as has been demonstrated in the case of many, quote, killing diseases, close quote, such as consumption of the intestines and the worst form of colitis. In fine, it accomplishes what fasting merely on water or fruit juices, as some naturopaths advocate, can never achieve. The proof of this statement will be found in the case histories adduced in the following pages. The Water of Life, Chapter 4, My Self-Cure. Although I should prefer to avoid the first-person pronoun in this book, it is not possible to do so in the circumstances if I am to carry conviction, for as already implied, 1 ounce of experience outweighs a ton of arguments. My first patient was myself. It happened in this wise. During the last war of the age of 34, I presented myself for medical examination under what was called the Derby scheme, and was rejected by 4 examining doctors on the grounds that I was consumptive. Moreover, I was urged to put myself under the care of a physician. Consequently, I consulted a specialist. He, however, treated my condition as not very serious, told me I was more catarrhal subject than a consumptive one, and advised me plenty of fresh air, sunshine, and a nourishing diet. I followed his advice and in 1 year put on 28 pounds in weight. Nevertheless, not being satisfied with my condition, I consulted another specialist, who informed me that both my lungs were effective, and despite what the previous specialist had said, I was consumptive, and must keep up my strength on a diet rich in sugars and starches. Finally, diabetes set in, and I was placed on an entirely new and drastic regime, which consisted of fasting on 6 half pints of cold water, sipped during 4 days of every week. Whilst on the 5th and 2 following days I was permitted a, quote, snack, which only served to whet my appetite, not to mention the fact that I was enjoined to chew every morsel of it to such a degree that I only produced a very sore mouth, aching teeth and swollen gums, and a swollen tongue. In addition to these discomforts, I was afflicted with insomnia, frayed nerves, and great irritability of temper. The regime was continued for 16 weeks, without a break, and although it resulted in the disappearance of my cough and catarrhal condition, and also a painful scatia from which I had suffered, nonetheless the cure seemed more unpleasant to me than the disease. The final upshot was that after 2 years of this treatment, I lost faith in doctors, acid being a series of adventures on my own, although much against their advice. I will not prolong the story by giving all the details. Suffice it to say, there came a moment when, feeling very weak and ill, I recalled the text of Proverbs 5, which runs, quote, "Drink waters out of thine own cistern," close quote. A text which, in turn, reminded me of the case of a young girl whose father gave her her own urine to drink when she was suffering from diphtheria, with the result that he cured her in 3 days. Other cases also came to mind. Jaundice was one, which had been cured by the same means. Nor was this all. I remembered the doctor's answer to my question when some few years previously I had asked him how he could tell from my urine that my lungs and pancreas was diseased and wasting. I even remembered saying to him in thine innocence, quote, "If I am losing vital tissues and sugars through my urine, then why not drink my urine and replace those elements in that way?" Close quote. To which he had replied that the organs could not assimilate, quote, "dead matter," close quote. This, however, as I have proved since, was nothing but a theoretical fallacy. And here to digress for a moment, I grant that it is unwise dogmatically to assert that any given text of scriptures denotes this or that, for many people read into the Bible exactly what they themselves wish to find there. Nevertheless, I believe and still believe that the text I have quoted, and many others also, bear reference to that vital fluid which is within our bodies, and believing it, I acted in accordance with that belief to find in the end that it proved to be my physical salvation. Fortified by my faith in what I thought to be the correct interpretation of the text, I fasted for 45 days on nothing but urine and tap water, and this, despite the doctor's assertion that 11 days without food was the limit to which a human being could go. I also rubbed urine into my body, a very important factor in the cure, with which I shall deal in chapter 11 or 12 and 13. Finally, broke my fast on raw beef, and though it gave me no discomfort beyond a ravenous hunger, I nonetheless ate cautiously for a time and continued to drink my own urine, noticing that it changed in temperature, quantity, taste, etc., dependent upon almost entirely on what I ate or drank and the amount of exercise I took. At the end of this treatment, I felt that it was entirely, quote, an entirely new man, close quote. I weighed 140 pounds, was full of vim, looked about 11 years younger than I actually was, had skin like a young girl's. I was 36 at the time and am now over 60, yet by the dint of drinking every drop of water that I pass, living on a well-balanced diet, and never eating mere food per diem that I consider the body requires, I look and feel much younger than most men of my age and keep free from those major and minor ailments to which the body is said to be an heir. See Chapter 12. Having now related the essential details of my self-care and all that contributed to its continuance, I will merely add that in 1918, being convinced that knowledge must not be selfishly, quote, hidden under a bushel, close quote, but should be shared with one's fellows, I began to advise and supervise the fasting of others on the same lines. The rest of this book is therefore largely devoted to results obtained on those suffering from a variety of diseases, including medically diagnosis, case of cancer, Bright's disease, gangrene, and many others which from the orthodox standpoint are labeled incurable. Water of Life, Chapter 5. Gangrene. Gangrene, described in simple language, is death of a part. It is regarded as hopeless of cure by the orthodox physician. Quote, gangrene has set in, close quote, is a phrase invariably accepted as the last stage which precedes the almost immediate decease of the victim. When gangrene sets in after a finger, toe, or limb has been amputated, it is often fatal, especially in the case of persons past middle age. All the time I have proven that gangrene can be easily cured. My first acquaintance with the ravage of gangrene was in 1891 when I was a schoolboy of 10. My closest schoolmate had complained of a face ache for some days before being taken to the local dentist for the extraction of a tooth far back in the jaw. Unfortunately, some of the jaw came away with the molar and gangrene set in. Drugs and ointments were applied to reduce, or perhaps better said, suppress the swelling, and the boy died 10 days later. It so happens that at the same time as my schoolmate was suffering, I also had a swollen neck, but the remedy my mother applied, she was a farmer's daughter, by the way, was a very different one from the, quote, scientific ones, close quote, the doctors had applied to my young friend. True, my own swollen cheek was the result of having been stung by a lot of bees, owing to my having disturbed a colony of those interesting little creatures. All the same, it was very painful, till my mother completely cured it by first bathing my face in urine and then binding it up with pieces of linen wrung out in the same healing fluid. My cheek was normal in a few hours. This treatment was suggested to the parents of my schoolmate with the gangrenous jaw, but merely to be rejected with scorn and expressions of disgust. I have since come to know that urine compresses combined with urine drinking and fasting could have saved my unfortunate friend. About a year later, a young man of our acquaintance died of either gangrene, medical treatment for the condition, or perhaps both. While he was ill, I used to go and read to him, and during one of my visits, the doctor called. He was a very loquacious practitioner, and after a few cheering stock phrases, added that whoever found a cure for this dreadful affliction would merit a crown of gold. Had he, quote, read, marked, and learned, and inwardly digested, close quote, the old book I have already quoted, on the value of urine for, quote, any green wound, close quote, he might have known that cure had already been found years ago. As it was, I little thought then that it would be given to me to prove the truth of that sentence, and much less did the thought occur to me that it would not be a crown of gold I should receive, but the metaphorically speaking crown of thorns. Although the story is not relevant to this book, I have had to suffer for my doctrines and their demonstrations. The first case of gangrene I ever treated was in 1920. The patient was a lady of 53. She had been in the care of a well-known Bradford physician who was as authority on fasting and dietetics. Anemia had developed. The lungs showed signs of grave disturbance, and there was a gangrenous condition of one foot, with a number of skin eruptions, varying dimensions on each leg. There was also a jaundice condition which had turned her complexion to that of a Eurasian, and the whites of her eyes yellow. Her abdomen was distended and hard, and her body had become thin, scraggly, almost emaciated. Although the doctor was quite willing that my method should be tried for at least a month, I was loath to advise upon the case, for I felt that no period of less than 60 to 70 days would restore the patient to, however, to my surprise, some encouraging health. Developments occurred fairly quickly and gave me the first opportunity of observing that gangrene is far from being that hopeless condition which the public and doctors have been led to believe. By dint of fasting and patience, by dint of fasting, the patient on her own urine and water, and rubbing urine into her body and applying urine compresses, at the end of 10 days the kidneys and bowels were working, quote, overtime, close quote, and although the eruptions had increased, they were less irritable. The breathing became normal and easy, the patient slept better, and above all, the gangrenous foot began to show signs of healing. By the 18th day of the fast, the foot was quite normal. The urine had formed new skin, and there was no trace whatsoever of the livid abrasions. The foot had healed without even leaving a scar. You need to be surprised once we understand that urine is not dead matter, but so they say flesh, blood, vital tissues in living solution. As the result of this cure, I was invited to take another case of gangrene. It was that of a woman in the early 40s. Her right leg was in such a state of putrefaction that her medical advisor had urged amputation of the limb. The trouble had begun early 2 years previously with a swelling at the ankle. This had been ascribed to her occupation, which entailed much kneeling on a hard stone floor. She had submitted herself to many treatments, both orthodox and unorthodox, but her afflictions merely increased. She suffered from severe constipation, piles, azemia, anemia, insomnia, tic nerveux, general depression, sore mouth and tongue, face ache, eruptions at each corners of her lips, and above all, more cavities had occurred in her gangrenous leg. In spite of her tribulations, however, she was a woman of great spirit, and I had no difficulty in persuading her to fast on all the urine she passed, and up to 6 half-pints a day of cold water, which she always sipped. During the first 5 days of the penance, the eruptions began to disappear, and the skin in every part of her body began to look healthier in every respect. The fascia vanished from the second day. On the third night, she slept soundly after weeks of insomnia, and by the end of the first week, the bowels and kidneys were working, quote, overtime, close quote, and the piles were cured. In a fortnight, there was no sign of the gangrene, and new skin had grown in place of the cavities. The diseased leg, which previously had become twice the size of the other, was now completely normal, not even a scar remaining anywhere to remind her of what she had suffered. I had subsequently put my recovering patient on an exclusive diet of grapes, bananas, and raw tomatoes for a week in small quantities, added fresh unpasteurized milk for the second week, and in the third week finally got her back on a normal diet. According to my experience, gangrene is often much quicker in response than many other major, quote, killing diseases, a matter which may be seen from a few brief case sheets which I now will add. I should mention that nearly all these cases were treated after the physicians had urged amputation. Miss E. gangrenous feet and toes following upon paralysis. after vaccine had been administered. 48 days fast. Urine healed feet and toes in the first 20 days. Mr. D, diabetic gangrene of left forearm, fasted 48 days for diabetes, arm completely normal after 18 days, no scar. Mr. JWB, 60 years old, gangrene of first and second joint of the thumb caused by hammering blow and mason work. Treated for 18 weeks as an outpatient at Leeds GI Bone, removed up to first joint. Discoloration spread outward towards wrist, fasted according to my method, applied urine compresses to the whole hand, wrist, and arm, cured in 1 week. Miss C.A., age 10 in 1930, anemia. Gangrene of both legs following suppressive treatment for psoriasis. Large areas of skinless and livid flesh in both calves. Fasted for 18 days, cure complete. No more anemia, no more psoriasis, no scars from gangrenous legs. Grew 1.5 inches during fast, is now a member of the ATS in HM forces, height above average. Miss B, ganger's finger, also severe conjunctivitis following a year's use of atropine. Fasted 12 days for gangrene, then a week later undertook a second fast for the conjunctivitis, which cleared up the 23rd day. Age 38 in 1927, still looks much the same age. Miss J.I., at the time age 54, thumb cut by fishbone. Gangrene ensued. Doctor attended him the same day. Surgeon's decision to amputate rejected. Fasted 14 days, body rubbed with urine, finger poulticed with strong old urine, improvement after 3 days of treatment, cure complete after 12 days. Mr. N, age 55 at the time, tubercular gangrene of both legs. Surgeons wanted to amputate the limbs. His wife refused. The condition of patient very emaciated. Great depression after much drugging. Fasted 42 days according to my method, now walks as well as any man and enjoys the exercise. Miss L, age 48 at the time, gangrene of both legs and feet after spilling a large vessel of boiling fat over them. Treated with plasters during 3 weeks by the result disastrous. Excuse me, I'll say that again. Treated with plasters during 3 weeks by the result disastrous. Strange English, but anyway. Fasted 28 days with physicians, the usual method. I advocated. Marked improvement after 10 days, return to normal health after a fortnight. Many other cases could be cited, but as I do not wish to swell the bulk of this book with an unnecessary number of case sheets, when a few should be sufficient to convince any but the most prejudiced, I will forbear. I think I may say that what I have here put forward should explode the dogma that gangrene is incurable. We will now provide evidence that which should explode another medical dogma, namely incurable cancer. Water of Life, Chapter 6, Growths and Cancer. In 1912, the late Dr. F. Forbes Ross of London, a fully qualified physician, wrote a book entitled Cancer, Its Genesis and Treatment. He had, during 25 years of practice, come to the conclusion that the malignancy and other growths were due to the diet deficient in natural salts, especially in potash. By putting his patients on a more balanced diet, such as I advocate, and administering potash salts in an assimilable form, he cured a large number of cases of that dreaded disease. And yet, after his death, not one of his colleagues or one single hospital could be induced to take up the treatment. So firmly had the dogma taken hold of the medical profession that cancer must be treated exclusively by knife or radium. His book is now out of print, but another book by a surgeon, Mr. C.P. Child, advocating speedy interference with the knife and the moment a lump looks at all suspicious, is still in print, or was so until quite recently. See Doctors, Disease and Health, also Victory Over Cancer and Health, Diet and Common Sense by Cyril Scott. I am not prepared to pronounce on the merits or demerits of Dr. Forbes Ross's method, for I have lot required to try it, but the treatment of his book shows how little the spirit of democracy prevails in the medical profession, and should give intelligent members of the public an inkling as to why cancer is still said to be an incurable disease, that the dictum is no longer true. If it ever was strictly true, it would have been more veracious to say that many patients suffering from cancer have proved to be incurable, but as I have elsewhere implied, so have many patients suffering from influenza. As for surgical treatment of cancerous growth, the late Dr. Rabalagati of Bradford admitted to me that in the earlier part of his career, before I knew him, he had performed no fewer than 500 major operations for growths, and that it was the uniform lack of success with the knife that had caused him to reach for other means of more effectively treating cancer though unfortunately in vain. Dr. Rabagliati was well known in the medical profession, and his name occurs in many medical books published both in this country and in the USA. My first case of medical diagnosis of cancer was that of a nurse in the late 60s. She had suffered over 50 cases of malignancy in the course of her professional activities, and it says little for the policy of the extirpation cancer growths, and that long before she herself developed one, she had vowed that she would never submit to the knife. She was one of many of those in positions to know from the suffering she had witnessed that however painful a growth may be before an operation, the pain is mild in comparison to what is experienced after it when the cancer returns. When I first saw her, she had the growth of some months, and it was already extended from both breasts right over both shoulders. It gave her little trouble beyond occasional twinges. She had not consulted a doctor about it, but one day, being laid up with influenza, she was obliged to send for the medical man who was willing to examine her. Discovered the condition of her breast, lamented the fact that it was already too late to operate, and gave her 10 days more to live. The case then came into my hands, and a short fast on the patient's own urine plus water was undertaken. It lasted 10 days. Then a light diet was prescribed of one meal a day plan, along with the free internal use of the urine passed. No effect on the growth was observed, but the general health and spirits of the patients improved in an astonishing manner. Subsequently, the growth itself gave her no trouble further. She retired to a seaside place to live with a relative who scoffed at my theories and thought doctors had failed to cure her of asthma, worshipped at the shrine of medical orthodoxy. My erstwhile patient died 6 years later, 2 hours after a physician had given her some innocent-looking pellets for a cold. I had only seen her once, in 1918-19. This case, from my point of view, was of course unsatisfactory, but it serves in some measure to show that many unorthodox physicians have maintained that if growths are not interfered with the knife, they do not necessarily kill the patient, and even may cause no trouble. A case is cited in one of the medical books relative to an old lady who lived to 96 and had a cancerous growth of the breast since she was 40. Various doctors had called for minor ailments, had wished to excite it, but she had always refused on the grounds that it gave her no pain or inconvenience. Moreover, she did not believe in the knife. Since my first, quote, cancer, close quote, case, I have treated in various stages of the disease a large number of further cases diagnosed as cancerous, and even some of them have been treated either medically or surgically in consequence. I have been unable to collect much interesting data on the subject, most of which conflicts with the allopathic theories and popular assumptions. Seeing, however, the dogma obtains that genuine cancer is incurable, and seeing that a law has been passed prohibiting any layman even to hint that he can cure, or presumably has cured, malignancy, we must assume that all those cases hereafter mentioned which were alleged by the profession to be cancerous had been wrongly diagnosed. First, I may briefly mention en masse that the case of 5 women I will classify as ABC, because all were unprejudiced by any kind of previous treatment, and every one of them was a recent development. Their cases have at least suggested the wisdom of prompt and correct measures. I should stress, however, at the outset that not one of these patients had been labeled cancer cases. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, I fasted them, every one of them, my way, in addition to applying urine compresses, with a complete success. For in addition to the disappearance of the growths, the treatment resulted in a state of general health far in excess of that experienced prior to the fasts. In fact, their growth disappeared so completely that they were all convinced they could not have been malignant, especially as I make a point of never employing such terms as cancer, malignancy, or even tumors during my consultations. Besides, it must be freely admitted that every lump or nodule that forms in the human body is not a malignant growth, although only a surgeon is credited with the ability or the authority to label it either malignant or otherwise. The rule unfortunately results in many comparatively harmless lumps being labeled as malignant when such may not be the fact, or it may result in an operation being advised in case they should become malignant. Thus, hundreds of trifling lumps have been treated surgically as a major affliction, and cancer has eventually developed, because as yet, neither doctors nor laymen realize that the surest way to invite malignancy is the mutilation of female breasts or other parts of the human body. For instance, in San Francisco is a surgically ridden city. It has a few physicians but hundreds of surgeons. Therefore, we are not astonished when we read that, quote, the mortality from cancer in San Francisco exceeds that of any other American city, close quote. See Victory Over Cancer by Cyril Scott. I will now give the case history of Miss R, 1923. She was in the early 40s at the time, condition anemic, under average height, below normal weight, lump about the size of a hen's egg in one of her breasts, diagnosed as cancer by the late Rabbagalati, and immediate operation urged but firmly refused. Fasted on urine and drank 22 pints of plain cold tap water daily. Her husband rubbed her from head to foot with her own urine for 2 hours a day, and packs wrung out in urine were placed over both breasts day and night. Cured in 10 days. Returned to Rabbagalati on the 12th day after the last visit to him, and he could find no trace, and anemia had vanished also. Abnormality in the breasts, and the patient had been restored to perfect health. Here is another case, 1925. Middle-aged woman, growth of some proportions situated near the armpit. 2 surgeons advised operating, but made a concession to her daughter's suggestion that the patient might rest and take very light nourishment before facing the ordeal. The operation was accordingly arranged to take place in the hospital a week hence. However, as the patient's daughter had derived much benefit herself from urine fasting, she prevailed over her mother to try the treatment in the interim. In 5 days, not a trace of her growth was left. I may add that 2 days after the patient should have presented herself at the hospital for the operation, the family doctor called in. He was indignant at having his advice and arrangements flouted in his, quote, independent, close quote, manner. But when having thoroughly examined the patients, he found her condition entirely normal. There was nothing more to be said. Subsequently, he called in his colleagues, who, to express it mildly, were extremely astonished. And being human, they were not altogether pleased. I merely added this part in the story to show that the patient had been properly examined after her recovery. She is, at the time of writing, many years older and quite well. A case may be now cited relative to a youngish woman who had developed a growth in her breast. I cited it because the trouble disappeared in the shortest period I had yet witnessed from what might have been a malignant tumor to merely a swollen milk gland. I think nonetheless that had the patient put herself in the hands of the physicians, they would have advised an operation, just as they have done in hundreds of similar cases. On seeing her, I at once advocated a fast on her own urine plus tap water, and urine compresses, in short, the usual procedure I advise. At the end of the 4 days, the growth had entirely disappeared. And now I'll mention the case of a lady who came to me in 1927. It is instructive as showing once again the operations merely deal with effects and do not remove the cause of the disease from the body. The lady in question was 45, over stout, and had a growth of some size in her left breast, the right one having been removed 2 years previously for a similar growth. She fasted and was treated according to my method for 19 days, and then reported the growth had entirely vanished. As she was still too fleshy, I advised her to continue the fast. On the 28th day, I examined her to find no trace of the lump and to see a woman looking much younger and much less matronly in figure. The following case shows that one and the same methods may result in curing complaints which have no apparent connection with each other. A young lady came to me with a swollen right breast, near the center of which there was also a nasty, suspicious-looking lump. 2 large ulcers under the armpit. She had been invited by the family doctor to enter the hospital for observation, but declined, seeing that her mother had accepted a similar invitation, but had been operated upon, and moreover, she herself, having suffered quietly buried from the chronic peritonitis, had had her appendix excised, but without curing her peritonitis. She started by fasting 4 days on my system, but had to break the fast to satisfy her insistent relatives. Nevertheless, after 3 days she resumed the fast, and the second time fasted for 19 days. Already after the 19th day, there was a marked improvement. At the end of the 19 days, no trace was left of the lump on her breast or the ulcers in her armpit. There was not even a scar, but the peritonitis had not cleared up, or perhaps because of the scar tissue resulting from the operation on appendix, and so a little later she fasted for 35 days. This had the desired effect. These case sheets should serve to show that nature is far more efficient healer than our so-termed scientific methods, which involve mutilations. If people who observe suspicious lumps in their bodies would only resort to these natural methods I have outlined, and resort to them at once, nature would not fail them, and those who wait till the 11th hour may have to pay the penalty for their procrastination. All the same, I think the dogma eminent the fatality of cancer will die hard, because as soon as a case is cured by whatever methods, the tendency is to assert, quote, then it couldn't have been cancer, close quote. Doctors who resort to this phrase forget that it is a poor reflection on the diagnostic powers of the orthodox physician or surgeon. Moreover, what we are to make of the following admission by the author of the breast, in which the books Dr. Dearer and McFarland wrote, quote, I have operated on some thousands of cases of cancer, and they all returned but 6, and again, quote, the acknowledged were not cancer, close quote. Poor results obtained by surgery in any sort of cancer, Dr. G.E. Ward, are well known to the profession, close quote. Howard Kelly Hospital, Baltimore. Yet if these poor results are so well known, then why does the profession continue to advocate the knife and ignore those who obtain good results without surgery, as did Dr. Forbes Ross and others since his death? Mention may be made here of Dr. W.F. Koch of Detroit, who, over a period of 20 years, has cured hundreds of cases of cancer, both external and internal, by a subtle chemical formula. Yet far from being recognized by the orthodox cancer ring in the United States, he has been scoffed at and even persecuted. Why should this be so? I leave the intelligent reader to draw his own conclusions, and will proceed to cite 1 or 2 cases where the doctors, although advocating the knife, held out very poor prospects of recovery, if indeed at all. These cases included growths in other sites of the body, as hereto I have only mentioned breast cases. The reader now being familiar with the treatment, I will merely give the barest details. Young man, 28, in 1920, given 3 days to live. Condition variously diagnosed as either cancer of the gullet or venereal disease. Completely cured, patient still alive. Lady, 62, diagnosed cancer of the bowel. Colotomy advised by the profession but refused. Was under 6 stone and rapidly wasting away. Cured in 3 weeks. At the date of writing is 84. Lady, 42, diagnosed cancer of the breast. Excision advised to be followed by strict regime, but only faint hope of a cure offered by the profession. Patient refused operation. Complete cure by the fasting urine method. Is still alive well after 21 years. Lady of 40, 1935, developed the type of growth sometimes called, quote, the rope cancer, close quote. Surgeon pressed for an immediate excision, but offered no hope of permanent cure, saying that return and spread of growth practically inevitable. Cured by the urine fast, etc. In 23 days, is not only still well, but looks young and beautiful. It may be of interest to the reader that if I cite what the late Dr. Rabaglati, that frank, enlightened, and broad-minded physician, said relative to the treatment of diagnosed cancer and growths by the methods I have outlined. Quote, I have examined women with what would in orthodox case have resulted in the removal of one or both breasts. These happy mortals have declined my advice, gone under urine therapy, and returned to my consulting rooms without even a scar to suggest the healing of, quote, incurable malignancy, close quote. Quote, many of these females have found the lumps to disappear within a fortnight, some in as much as a few days. All of which suggests that Mr. Armstrong is probably correct in his suggestion that most lumps are not malignant until after surgical or drug interference, and that if the incipient stages, the so-called king of terrors, is a very ordinary affair when tackled promptly, in the right way, of breaking down boils, ulcers, tumors, and cancers into the bloodstream. If, however, any layman claims and produces 1,000 cured cases on one platform, I doubt if it would impress my profession. Even claims for the improvement of cancer victims are either openly ridiculed or ignored. It is a sad reflection of my profession that thrives on disease and the inhumane propaganda of official scaremongering on the premise of tomorrow, some other day, or never, for the diseases my profession and others have so long exploited. Close quote. Some prevailing theories as to cancer causation. To relive the monotony of an uninterrupted recital of case histories in this book, we may give a few moments of attention to various theories as to the cause of cancer in order to see if they have any bearing on my thesis. Because cancer occurs less frequent among vegetarians, some enthusiastic non-meat eaters declare that the consumption of meat is the prime cause of malignancy. But if this were true, then all persons except vegetarians, unless they die before the age when cancer is usually said to develop, would, without exception, succumb to the ravages. Moreover, some non-meat eaters have and do die of cancer. Quote, well, at any rate, close quote, rejoin the vegetarians. Meat eating favors disease in the human body, and as Sir Arbuthnot Lane maintained, cancer cannot develop in a healthy organism. If a man who has been a long-time vegetarian suddenly starts to eat meat, disturbances ensue. The case may be quoted as a vegetarian who arrived that there must be some animal fat in a certain brand of rather unusual tasting biscuits, because whenever he had consumed one, he noticed that there would follow a slight attack of fever. Maybe, but as against that, I could quote the case of a young man who, having over a long period lived on a diet which included meat, but excluded pastries and chocolates, developed boils and skin eruptions as soon as he ate those ailments. For this I might agree, if so minded, that as pastries and chocolates produced these disturbances and favored disease, they were the cause of cancer. Just as at one time some people believed that tomatoes were its cause. The truth is that wishful thinking has played as much a part in the question of malignancy as it has in other vexing questions. Vegetarians want to believe that meat eating, quote, is the root of all evil, close quote, and so pounce upon it as the cause of malignancy and a host of other ailments. But if we bring common sense into the matter, another explanation appears to be far more reasonable. Sensible vegetarians live on a less denatured diet than do generally meat eaters, and hence are less likely to develop cancers. On the other hand, those unscientific vegetarians who live mostly on macaroni, starch foods boiled instead of steamed, vegetables, and on pastries, puddings, etc., made of white flour, are living as much on denatured a diet as any person who subsists to a large extent on such a rubbishy elements, plus meat, very often tinned at that. The cause of cancer must be obvious to those who become as little children, and do not blind themselves to truth by the blinkers of pseudo-scientific learning and thus overlook the simple because so preoccupied with the complex. Even so, some of them are obliged to fall back into the simple in the end, after writing an enormous tome overloaded with the conflicting theories and dogmatical pronouncements of cancer research. Both orthodox and unorthodox Professor F.L. Hoffman of the United States comes to the startling conclusion that after all, food may have something to do with the incidence of cancer. And yet, granted this to be the case, in most instances, it is not the food which people consume that is the cause, but the deficiency, as already implied, of those essential mineral salts to be found in the foods which they do not consume, but ought to consume in order to keep the blood and tissue in a healthy condition. I am aware of the late discovery that has been made, not by the cancer ring, that some people who have lived for a length of time in a house situated over an underground stream have eventually developed cancerian observations, which may account for so termed cancer houses. That's what they're called. But we have still to discover whether such people would have developed the dreaded disease if they had lived in a well-balanced diet. It would also be instructive to discover whether those cases of, quote, spontaneous, close quote, disappearance of cancer growths would have followed upon removing to another place of dwelling. Of such cases, the well-known surgeon Mr. Hastings Guilford wrote in 1925 the significant words, quote, though cancer is commonly regarded as inevitably fatal, many cases are regarded of its spontaneous disappearance, and nothing can be more certain than that these recorded cases are very few in comparison with those which are left unrecorded, close quote. A damaging omission, by the way, which suggests that Mr. Ellis Barker and the others have already suggested that the medical profession and the cancer ring may be anxious to keep the real truth about malignancy from the lay public. One more theory may be here cited, that the excessive use of common salts, which is not a food, is conductive to cancer. According to the biochemic system of medicine, there are at least 12 important mineral salts which are present in the healthy blood and tissue. Therefore, take one of these salts and administer it in the crude form that nature never intended, and in quantities in which it does not exist in natural foods. Moreover, if cancer is a fungoid growth, as it has been maintained, then surely a warning may be derived from the fact that gardeners, watering mushroom beds with warm salt and water solutions with the object of producing profuse crop. Another suggestive point is that, in spite of eating large quantities of salt in its crude form, the tissues of people who live an ill-balanced and denatured diet can nevertheless register deficiency of sodium chloride, or common salt. Sodium chloride is necessary and hence, of course, harmless to the tissues in such minute quantities as are to be found in vegetables, salads, etc., but is harmful when taken into the body as a condiment. The same is relatively true of iron, phosphate of iron being one of the 12 tissue salts. Yet, whereas practitioners of the biochemic system of medicine frequently cure anemia by giving infinitesimal doses of ferrum or ferrum phosphate, the allopath, by giving it in far too large doses, merely upsets the patient's digestion and fails to cure the trouble. All this again points to the simple truth that all diseases from anemia to cancer, provided they are not produced by some structural alteration or some deep-seated psychological cause, have their origin in wrong feeding. As to how far fear thoughts are conductive to cancer, it would be hard to determine, but in any case, fear is an unpleasant emotion as well as being harmful one if long protracted. Yet, unfortunately, the medical profession, by their methods of advertising, fostering the very same thing they should be the first to alleviate, as Dr. Mary Stopes implied in a letter to the Yorkshire Post, August 4, 1938, referring to the report of a speech by Lord Horder on quack medicine. She wrote, quote, "As I do not use such medicines but believe in British fair play, I ask your readers to consider that Lord Horder objected primarily to the fear created by quack advertising. But surely all such minor fears put together are not serious as the fear of cancer, entirely created by the medical profession, the advertising of which is in their hands, and that the recognizable hospitals be all that quack medicines are only swallowed and rubbed on and cannot do a fraction of the frightful injury to our race done by the medical profession's injections into the bloodstream and tissues of active viruses, dirt, and antitoxins. Lord Homer objected to unscrupulous advertising, but the most unscrupulous piece of advertising I have ever seen was recently put out by the medical profession itself, urging that foul poison, pasteurized milk, etc. on the public." Quote, "It is surely clear that Lord Hover's speech was a superb example of the pot calling the kettle black." Close quote. This letter speaks for itself. And apropos of quacks, a real quack in the worst sense of the word is the man who professes to cure what he knows he cannot cure. Before it became illegal for me to treat cancer, I never once professed to cure anyone after he or she had been subjected to radium treatment. Cancer itself was child's play to deal with in comparison to the after effects of radium. And had I offered any hope of curing these, I should have been a quack imposter of the most barefaced type. Water of Life, Chapter 7, Bright's Disease, Case Histories. Bright's disease is defined as, quote, a morbid condition of the kidneys, close quote. The term is, quote, generic, close quote, and includes several forms of acute and chronic disease of the kidney, usually associated with albumin in the urine, and frequently with dropsy and various secondary symptoms. Its causes are said to be, quote, the effects of fever, especially scarlet fever, exposure to wet and cold, the action of irritating drugs, alcohol, etc. Dr. G. Johnson found, by an analysis of 200 cases, that the intoxicating drinks caused 29% of all cases and 12% arise from scarlet fever. Reference to Dr. E. Harrison Ruddock, M.D., Vade Mucum. According to the Biochemic System of Medicine, from G.W. Carey, M.D. of USA, Bright's disease is primarily caused by a lack of phosphate of calcium in the body. He writes, quote, when the phosphate of lime molecules fall below the standard of quality, the albumin with which they are associated is of course thrown out of circulation. And if this albumin reaches the outer world by the kidney route, a case of albuminuria is developed, close quote. According to the practitioners of the system, the chief remedy therefore is phosphate of lime, administered in infinitesimal doses, as nature would supply it in such foods as are not denatured by refining process. In other words, Bright's disease is caused by deficiency diet, a diet lacking in essential mineral salts to keep the blood and tissues healthy. To quote Dr. Carey again, quote, biochemists have clearly demonstrated the fact that when a deficiency of the cell salts of the blood cures, the organic matter with which those salts have been associated is thrown out of the vital circulation, close quote. It is worthy of note that although the biochemic system of medicine claims to be able to cure disease, it stresses the fact that it cannot cure the effects of gourmandizing. The incidence of Bright's disease date back to early times, but it's considerably increased during the last century and onwards, and in its worst forms has been the cause of many untimely deaths. It is a singular fact that during the first 3 years of my career as a urine therapist, although I had contacted many cases of cancer, diabetes, consumption, and valvular disease of the heart, not one until 1920 was I confronted with a genuine case of the disease, of which dropsy is but a symptom. Quote, dropsy occurs in disease other than Bright's disease, close quote. My first case is one of the most testing I have seen since experienced. Here are the particulars. Mrs. C, aged in the early 40s, given 2 days to live by the doctors, breathing somewhat difficult. Urine was scanty, thick, looking like a mixture of blood and pus. She had been a very fine specimen of a woman, judging from photographs taken a year or so previously. Her normal height for a woman of her age had been 144 pounds. Her normal weight for a woman of her height had been 144 pounds, but when I was first called in to see her, she weighed roughly 280 pounds. In spite of the doctor's verdict, however, I did not think that she was looking like a dying woman, though to say the least, her condition was a very serious and painful one. Fortunately for the case, she had 2 elderly and humane nurses who had little faith, notwithstanding their profession, in drug and medical treatment. Of these 2 women, I can never speak highly enough, and of the broad-minded manner in which they gave me their full cooperation. Judging from the contents of the medicinal table, it was hardly to be wondered at that they had lost faith in drugs, for there was such an array of bottles that, to my indignation, was aroused by the way the unfortunate patient had been, quote, experimented on, close quote. Nevertheless, on the strength of what I had seen in far worse local conditions of heart affections, breathing difficulties, stasis, etc., I promised her a speedy relief from her most distressing symptoms, and predicted that she would find her ability to void urine increase at least 100-fold within 1 week. So powerful is the effect of drinking one's own urine, which serves to break up congestions in every part of the body. My prediction came true. Within 4 days, the flow of urine had increased from a bare 2 ounce. It was very high in aroma, but hot, thick, cloudy, and full of casts, to about 200 ounces in 24 hours. Moreover, it began to change into a much clearer and far more freely expressed liquid, gradually approaching the appearance of rainwater. By the 4th day after drinking every drop she passed, it was practically tasteless, free from odor, and in no sense of the word objectionable. In addition to the urine, Mrs. C was permitted to take, by sipping it, as much tap water as she desired, in this amount to be about 108 ounces in the 24 hours. Although I should add that after the 3rd day, thirst became well nigh absent. From the 4th day onward, I had lost all anxiety about the case, and except for short infrequent visits, left the treatment in the hands of 2 intelligent and helpful nurses. By the 23rd day, the patient was showing such signs of complete recovery that one of the nurses begged me to try the effect of a little grated raw carrot juice flavored with lemon. The result was a setback. Within 2 hours, a rash covered a considerable area and, attended with much irritation, appeared on each arm. At the same time, the flow of urine was impeded, and there was much more swelling and irritation in the abdomen. Clothes soaked in one of the nurse's urine were placed over the abdominal area, whilst both arms were gently rubbed and bathed with the same fluid. After 4 hours, the abdomen absorbed the moisture from the urine packs, and the flow of urine recommenced. This was taken internally, and the following day, except for the rash and irritation, the patient's condition was the same as before the carrot had been eaten. As for the rash, it took nearly a week before it vanished. One of the features of urine therapy is the rubbing of the patient's whole body with urine at given intervals for 2 hours at a stretch. That is, provided the patient is not too weak and emaciated to stand it. Miss C was therefore rubbed twice a day for 2 hours with one or the other nurse's urine. By the 48th day, the patient had so far become normal that on the 49th day we broke her fast by giving her the juice of an orange at noon and a whole orange to suck at 4 p.m. The same day she voided and took urine freely, which meant that all was now in order. At 6:30 she was given a small piece of steamed fish and 2 steamed potatoes in their jackets. She weighed now 119 pounds. The next day she had 2 small meals, which she was advised to flesherize, chew to a pulp before swallowing. In a week she was on her feet and dressed in her clothes of the previous year, and able to walk easily from room to room. Although recovered, she kept up the practice of taking her own urine, and also rubbing it into the body. The most important areas are the face and the neck, with astonishing results on the skin, hair, complexion, and her general appearance. Indeed, urine is the skin food par excellence, as for the remedy of every kind of skin disease. And here ends the long case history of Miss C, who was given, quote, only 2 days to live, close quote. Incidentally, both her husband and her 2 nurses became strong converts to urine therapy, and I may add, to a well-balanced as opposed to denatured diet. Mrs. C's case attracted much attention as far as the lay public was concerned, but not, as I then innocently hoped, from the medical fraternity. For as Dr. Freud, the discoverer of the psychoanalysis, has pointed out, no matter what evidence, many people only allow themselves to believe what they wish to believe, and likewise they disbelieve what they wish to disbelieve. All the same, there are extenuating circumstances where the medical profession is concerned until a lot more spade work has been done to put an end to prudentry. The chances are that if doctors told their patients to fast and drink their own urine, he would merely be regarded as a mad or disgusting, and patients would immediately seek the advice of some other physician. Besides, why do most people seek medical advice? In order to be told how to counteract the effects of their self-indulgences? If one doctor tells them they must give up this and that, they then go to another doctor who tells them they need not give up this or that, and being delighted with his advice, follow it very often to their own undoing. Enough said about Mrs. C's case was instrumental in bringing the case of Mr. B, whose condition was also been diagnosed as Bright's disease. Mr. B had for years subsisted on the usual ill-balanced deficiency diet, rendered even more deficient by non-conservative cooking and rendered more tasty by the adjunct of condiments. He was not a big eater, but he drank some 8 cups of tea daily, smoked about 25 cigarettes on average. When he came to me in 1920, he had been under 2 doctors for some time, during which period his weight had increased from 280 pounds to 420 pounds. Like Miss C, he had finally been given 2 days to live. In June 1920, he began fasting, which lasted 49 days. By the 4th day of his penance, he was passing water as clear and as tasteless as almost rainwater, and his swelling began to vanish with astonishing rapidity. He had been anemic, but at the end of the 7 weeks, his anemia had disappeared. His weight was now 105 pounds, and he looked in every respect as a young man as young as he had in 20 years before, as his photograph showed. Mr. B broke his fast in much the same way as Miss C had done, and like her became a convert to urine therapy and properly balanced, if frugal, diet. He gave up denatured food and continued to drink his own urine daily, with most gratifying results. In the same year, more cases came into my hands. Mrs. W, 75 at the time, Miss L, 38, Miss B, 55, and also a boy of 11. Each case presented features worthy of recital of length, but brevity must suffice. Mrs. W, in spite of her age, fasted 53 days, which served to show that age is no obstacle. Mrs. L, 42 days, and Mr. B, 60 days. In the case of the boy, a fortnight proved sufficient to effect a cure. All the cases were attended with the same happy ending as that of Mr. C, or Mrs. C, and here let me add that the policy of forcing sick people to eat in order to keep up their strength is, in my opinion, responsible for thousands of untimely deaths. Food cannot be assimilated by a sick boy which is already full of obstructive matter. The only food for sick people is urine, seeing that among its other functions it replaces tissue in a manner nothing else can do. As for drugs, many of those poisonous ones employed have serious cumulative effects for which there is no antidote. After 1920, during the next 2 years, I had over 30 cases of Bright's disease and other affections of the bladder and kidney to advise upon, and in no instance did I take longer than from 4 to 14 days on urine fast to restore normality, and in a satisfactory state of general health. These cases having yielded to treatment so much more readily than the ones aforecited, I classify them as in my notes as ABC cases. I briefly cited one more of the serious cases, or I will briefly cite one of the more serious cases. A man of 60, after 2 years of constant medical supervision and treatment for heart, developed Bright's disease. Finally given up by his 2 doctors, specialists were called in. He saw the victim of the stage when his eyes were starting from his head, tongue was dreadfully swollen and protruding from the mouth, while his lips were 3 times their normal size. Specialists said the case was hopeless, nothing more to be done. I undertook the case. Patient passed 40 pints of water 5 days later and returned to business in 6 weeks, cured. Water of Life, Chapter 8, a case of leukocytomia or leukemia, or splenic anemia. The remarkable naturopath, the late Louis Kahn of Leipzig, declared the disease was a unity, and with trifling variations should be always treated in the same way. He maintained that all diseases, no matter what their names or sites, invariably rise from the same cause, an encumbrance of foreign matter in the body. He said it was absurd to treat an organ separately, as specialists often do, for as goes without saying, any organ or limb is part of the body, and to think to cure an arm, eye, or leg, or whatnot, merely by treating it locally, is the height of pseudo-scientific folly. If an eye is diseased, there is something in the body itself which is causing that disease. For instance, he gives the case of a woman who is going blind. He treated her whole body, ridding it of its cloggings, and the eye trouble cleared up automatically. She had suffered for years from bleeding piles, the orthodox physicians having finally operated on her. Soon afterwards, she started to lose her sight. The safety valve had been blocked up by these measures. The operation, declared Cohn, and the poisons went to her eyes. See the new science of healing. Cohn effected many remarkable cures by this method, but would have affected even a greater number had he known the value of urine as a means of replacing waste tissue. Yet he was right when he declared that all diseases, except those caused by traumatism or structural defects, could be cured by one means, as I myself have demonstrated. The name of the disease is merely an academic interest and has nothing to do with the curing of it. All the same, for the sake of convenience and to prove this fact, I have advisedly specified that diseases treated and will now give the case sheets relative to what is termed leukocythemia or leukemia. Patient Mr. PC was brought in a taxi to my house by two of my disciples. He was too ill to walk into my room unsupported, looked very pale and wretched, and altogether was obviously in a very bad state. His age was 48. He had lost 4 stone in 1 year and another stone during some week of medical treatment. Stone, just to note, stone is a weight measurement. After I had examined him, I said in effect, quote, "Mr. P.C., your condition is medically tabulated as leukocythemia, or splenic anemia, and according to the medical profession, you have but 3 months to live. Your disease has been brought about by an ill-balanced, denatured diet. Nonetheless, you can be saved by fasting and urine therapy." Close quote. I went on to explain the details. Then he told me his story. The gist of it was as follows. Shortly before Easter of that year, 1927, he had developed a clot from which he had, quote, "doctored himself," close quote. By the Good Friday, his condition had been such that his wife and his brother had become alarmed and sent for a young physician who had diagnosed his blood pressure. On a second examination the following day, however, he said it was not high blood pressure after all, and that he had found traces of other symptoms, which he did not particularize. A specialist was then called in. He examined the patient, pointed out the region of the swollen spleen to the general practitioner, and diagnosed the case as leukocythemia. Mr. PC was then informed that the disease was rare in England and asked if he had ever been to the East or the tropics. His relatives were told that the malady was always proved fatal, but that the patient might live with 3 to 6 months if given deep X-ray treatment, drugs, and a series of injections. Open bracket, no mention was made of diet except that liver would be good for the patient, close quote, close bracket. Mr. PC accordingly attended at the local infirmary where he was examined at the various times by visiting physicians who became interested in him as, quote, "a somewhat rare specimen," close quote. All of them were unanimous as to the name of the disease and the length of time the patient had still to live. His blood was tested by the staff pathologist and registered at 556,000, so 556,000 more white corpuscles than red ones per cubic millimeter. That was the position where Mr. PC was brought to me 5 weeks after the disease had been given its polysyllabic and high-sounding name. Mr. PC was not an easy patient and was not prepared to fast without interruption as long as a period as I considered essential for his grave condition, which had been complicated by all the medical X-ray treatment he had undergone. However, although he was only fasted a week, during which he was rubbed with urine by his wife and friends for the lengthy periods, and, of course, he did not omit the essential part of the treatment, the drinking of his own urine. He was so far improved that he could walk into my house unaided. Indeed, his improvement was so marked that, under pressure, I consented to his breaking his fast, provided I should dictate what and when he should eat, and that the rubbings and intake of urine were not discontinued. His foot during the next week was so consistent of fresh raw fruits, His food during the next week was to consist of fresh raw fruits, apples, oranges, and bananas chiefly, salads, tomato, steamed vegetables, potatoes in their jackets, fresh uncooked, unpasteurized milk, and honey, all of which were to be consumed in small quantities. Later on, he was permitted steamed fish, meat, etc. in a short, well-balanced diet, minus tinned meats or twice-cooked meats of any sort. He was to continue to drink his own urine. All of this he faithfully carried out. 6 weeks from the day I first saw him, Mr. PC had a further blood test. This revealed that whereas the blood count had previously been 556,000 white corpuscles in excess of red, it now showed less than half that amount per cubic millimeter. Mr. PC was so cheered by this report that he consented to further fasts of a week duration. Thus, during the next 6 weeks, he underwent fasts of 7 days each. The third and final blood test revealed the blood content was quite normal. Soon after the 12 weeks in all of vigorous treatment were ended, Mr. PC was back at work, a well man. Nevertheless, the story has no happy ending, despite my having impressed upon him that his condition had arisen through ill-balanced, rubbishy diet. In the course of time, open bracket, as I afterward learned, close bracket, he reverted to his old habits of eating just any mess he fancied. Although for 2 years after his penance, and while he kept up rational feeding, he did not even have one cold or to contend with. After these 2 years, he gradually began to backslide, and although he had a few boils and colds by the way of warnings, he paid no attention and finally died during drug treatment for influenza 6 years after his recovery from his grievous illness. Truly, quote, the way of transgressor is hard, close quote. Apropos of Mr. PC's case, I was destined to lose an old school friend through the same fatal medical treatment for the splenic anemia. He had for some time been undergoing deep x-ray for this disease, and learning my success with Mr. P had resolved to undergo the faster and urine cure. But it was too late. He died in his own house attending to the lust. I'll say that again. He died in his own house, attended to the least by well-meaning but alas deluded professors of the healing art, who through that science was mightier than nature. Water of Life, Chapter 9, Heart Diseases, Cases. Although, as Miss Ellis Baker encouragingly writes, patients with valvular disease of the heart can, with care and well-balanced diet, live even till 90, yet the disease as such is said to be incurable. Nevertheless, by means of urine therapy, this distressing condition can be completely cured. The following case history is instructive. Mr. P, middle-aged, had not only been under the doctor for a year suffering from valvular disease of the heart, but was about to undergo an evaluatory operation for a suspicious lump in the region of the solar plexus. Very often he had fainted in the street and had been carried into the nearest chemist shop, where he had been fortified by drug tablets which he always carried in his pocket. On his clothing was a tab instructing people what to do when he was overtaken by an attack. Latterly, he had suffered from the attack so frequently that he came to be known in the vicinity as Mr. Poor P. Or Poor Mr. P. He had been placed on a regime which consisted of his only being allowed 1 meal per day for 5 days of the week, whilst over the weekends he was ordered to fast on water only. No exercise was permitted except a short gentle walk. Smoking was prohibited, and as for medicaments, he was only to have drug tablets during an attack. Such was the position when he came into my hands. The first thing I urged him to do was to drink the urine he passed. As I expected, this proved to be very odorous and turgid at first, but soon cleared up. I instructed Mr. P how to rub his body with urine, and then rubbed him for about 2 hours with my own. En passant, I may remark that the most important parts of the body to rub are the face and neck and feet. After rubbing, Mr. P was washed down with plain warm tap water. The following day, the treatment was continued for some hours. Subsequently, Mr. P came to my house every morning to be rubbed in the same manner. He did not enter the nursing home for observation or the exploratory operation. With regard to food, he was allowed to eat once a day, but only such foods as I advocated. After 1 month of treatment, he was so far improved that he was able to return to business. In 12 weeks, he registered complete health, and no sign of either the valvular disease of the heart or the suspicious lump in the solar plexus remained. A fact which his doctor cheerfully and ungrudgingly admitted. Not once since the day Mr. P began the treatment did he have a heart attack, and so little did he fear recurrence that he consigned his drug tablets to the flames. Should it be supposed that I am the only one who practices urine therapy with success, the following case history will serve to contravene the assumption. Mr. R, heart disease with dropsy, feet, legs, and abdomen greatly swollen, heart much dilated. Doctor took a very serious view of the case and gave the patient only a month to live. He was then induced to try treatment in a well-known naturopathic establishment. The treatment, however, proved so unsuccessful, and the patient was in such a critical condition that he was requested to leave, seeing that he was expected to die within a fortnight. Mr. R then heard of the courageous naturopath, Mr. Oliver Warnock Fielden of Harrow, who eventually cured him with urine therapy in 6 weeks. During the fast, his weight was reduced from about 12 to 7 stone. So 12 to 7 stone, it's a British measurement, I'm not sure what it is. Mr. R had been a very excessive smoker, and contrary to instructions, smoked to a certain extent during the fast, a matter which somewhat delayed progress. Needless to say, his doctor was very surprised at his cure, the more so as Mr. R had thought it less wise not to divulge the modus operandi. As things stand at present, many people who do something so unconventional as to drink their own urine are afraid to be ostracized by their fears, which is quite understandable. But society obstructive to the spread of urine therapy as a means of helping suffering humanity. I'll say that again. So unconventional as to drink your own urine are afraid to be ostracized by their fears are quite understandable, but society obstructive to the spread of urine therapy as a means of helping suffering humanity. Okay, interesting English. I may here add a word to this chapter relative to what has been pronounced to be one of the causes of heart disease in modern times: serums and vaccines. According to Brinchetrit, these measures are, quote, principally responsible for the increase of these two really dangerous diseases, cancer and heart disease, close quote. The doctor adds, quote, I have been for a long time a serologist, and I know what I'm talking about, close quote. Dr. Brinchetrit is by no means the only doctor to criticize the practice of employing harmful preventatives, or alleged to be preventatives, against acute infectious disease. Dr. S.S. Goldwater, New York Commissioner of Hospitals, pointed out in the Modern Hospital magazine that measures used to check contagious diseases may permit of longer life but not stronger life. Close quote. Chronic diseases. So, quote, chronic diseases, he adds, are growing at such a rate that America may become a nation of invalids. More than half the hospital beds in the United States today are occupied by sufferers from chronic mental and physical diseases. Middle-aged and elderly persons are not the only sufferers. Many children are victims. Close quote. One may ask if sera and vaccines are liable eventually to produce heart disease and other chronic serious ailments. I'll say that again because of that weird noise. One may ask if sera and vaccines are liable eventually to produce heart disease and other chronic serious ailments. Why then are they boosted by the BMA? For first of all, as Dr. Alfred Pulford, MD, has tersely remarked, quote, anyone who can prevent an occurrence positively that he does not know is bound to occur is indeed a seventh-day wonder, close quote. And secondly, certain renowned bigwigs in the medical profession have demonstrated that the most, quote, deadly, close quote, germs are harmless in a healthy body. We read that, quote, Professor Mechanoff said he found the bacillia of Asiatic cholera in the waters of many Attalides, but no epidemic or plague or disease was ever known to be of any of these places before or after his findings. Professor Tentifer swallowed several million germs of the deadly Asiatic cholera. Nothing happened. To verify the test, Professor Emmerich made a culture from the intestines of a newly dead victim of the disease and swallowed millions of germs, not with no noticeable results. To test even more thoroughly and in far more frightful conditions, Mr. Thomas Powell allowed the germs of 7 deadly diseases to be shot into his bloodstream and was as alive 10 years later as that day, and as healthy. Close quote. Extract from Naturopath and Herald of Health. That's the source for that one. Nevertheless, these facts are not made known to the general public, nor do those who urge members of the community to be immunized against this or that disease inform them that not all doctors are in favor of such measures, being of the opinion that vaccines and serums may later on produce chronic afflictions, not the least of which is heart disease. Water of Life, Chapter 9. Fevers, Malaria, and Others. Case of a mysterious fever which occurs in Africa but is rare in England. Patient, young lady of 17, mysteriously stricken, Very weak, temperature of 105. MD called in, said if recovery took place at all, the victim would be ill for 6 months and then would be 9 months convalescent. Patient's father, a believer in urine therapy, sent for me. At first I found the victim difficult to deal with, but she finally consented to a urine fast plus plain water. On the 6th day after she had been stricken, her temperature was still 105, but she was growing rapidly emaciated, her urine being thick, foul, and concentrated. But 24 hours after starting my treatment, the temperature had dropped to 101 and the urine was clear. In 3 days, the temperature was down to 97, and in 5 days to 95. Patient bright and lively as was going well. Doctor much puzzled. Fast was broken at the end of 18 days. The patient's skin was as clear as that of a child. Within a few days of breaking the fast, she was up and doing and feeling perfectly well. She continued to use her own urine and has thrived upon it. Some 16 years ago, she married and had 3 children in the first 10 years. Malaria. This is an infectious disease characterized by paroxysms of intermittent fever, each consistent of cold, a hot, and perspiring stage. Between the paroxysms, the victim appears comparatively well. According to Matera Medica, all forms of malaria are due to parasites living in the blood. Mosquitoes are infected by sucking human blood and in turn infect human beings by biting them. The troublesome and distressing feature of malaria, which the allopaths treat or suppress with quinine, is that when once contracted, it occurs again and again. For under the usual orthodox treatment, it merely goes into latency instead of being totally eradicated. Under urine therapy, however, it is cured once and for all. So far, I have never had a case which did not clear up in 10 days or less, and by dint of fasting on urine and plain water. Mr. Q, athletic type, very temperate and a small eater, contracted malaria out east, quote, had it for 3 years. During the year before I saw him in 1920, had suffered from 36 attacks. He dosed himself regularly with quinine, finally cured himself completely with urine fasting lasting 10 days. No more quinine. Had never had another attack and has kept in fine health by adhering to his temperate habits and freely partaking of the water of life. Black water fever. Case related to me by the erstwhile victim, Army man major found by natives in the backwoods to be in the state of delirium due to the black water fever. They cured him by fasting him for 10 days, by applying F-packs, and by inducing him to take his own urine and plain water. I mention this to stress that I am not the discoverer of urine therapy. In this chapter, I've limited myself to reciting only one case history of the various fevers mentioned, merely because to do otherwise would be to enlarge the bulk of this book to an unwieldy proportion. I will now conclude with some remarks about fever in general and acute disease attended with fever. When doctors try to bring down a patient's temperature by unnatural means, they are frustrating nature and may be endangering the patient's life, or at best, laying up seeds for future troubles. A fever is really a curative process on the part of nature to burn up certain toxins in the body. Oh yes, we hear the, quote, miraculous, close quote, temperature-reducing effects of wonder drugs for pneumonia, but we do not hear so much of the many people who die of heart trouble after the fever has been thus miraculously cured. Experience has taught me that there is only one safe way to treat a fever, which is, being a curative process, is neither incurable nor need prove fatal if rightly handled. The modus operandi will by now have become so familiar that the reader will need not be repeated here. I need merely say that not only have I never seen a failure with the urine fast plus tap water therapy, quote, all the urine passed should be drunk, close quote, but then the fall of temperatures has taken place within any time from 36 to 72 hours, followed by complete recovery within a few days. As to why the urine is so thick, foul, and scanty in cases of fever, that is not the result of the fever itself, but the condition in the body, the ill forces, so to say, which cause the fever. The state of urine is the result of the loss of valuable salts, tissues, etc. from the body, and largely explains the great weakness of the patient, his lightheadedness, rambling, nightmares, and so on. It also explains the long convalescence and bad after effects in the case of patients who have been treated in the orthodox suppressive manner. The natural method of avoiding all this is urine therapy, so that the lost tissue may be replaced. I've proven it again and again to successfully accomplish it in diphtheria, chickenpox, scarlet fever, influenza, rheumatic fever, and other acute disorders where the temperature is high, and there have been none of those baneful and chronic after effects which so often accrue after wrongly treating scarlet fever or rheumatic fever, all of which are due to the suppressive measures. Water of Life, Chapter 11. Orchitis is a most agonizing complaint in which the testicles swell and sometimes become ulcerated. It may be caused by injury, by gonorrhea, or may occur during an attack of mumps. It is the most severe form, however. It is comparatively rare of a disorder in this country, England. The doctor who was called in took a very serious view of this case and gave the victim only a few days to live. When after a journey away from home, I first saw the victim, age 19. His bowels had not functioned for a week, his kidneys for 72 hours. One side of his body was swollen as though someone had placed half a football under the flesh. His testicles were as large as tennis balls, and the gland's penis was 14 inches in length. I was as solid as was a lead pencil and twisted round like a corkscrew. Moreover, it had turned black. The victim's groans and withering in agony were heart-rending. Although for days he had eaten nothing and had merely drunk pints of plain water, the swelling and distortions had only increased. As he had passed no urine of his own to drink, I was obliged to give him a pint of mine to take. 2 hours after the first draught, the gland's penis showed signs of becoming so far normal that he was able to pass some urine in small drops, about 2 egg cups full in all. It was thick, mucky, and as concentrated as gruel mixed with blood, very dark and exceedingly malodorous. Nevertheless, he drank it without a grimace or a murmur. 4 hours later, he passed nearly a pint of the same evil-looking, evil-smelling water, which he also drank without a grimace. He informed me that he could not taste it owing to the state of his palate, due to the acids which rose from his stomach. This, by the way, is liable to occur in the course of a fast. 2 hours later, the patient had a very copious and offensive stool, the equal of which I have not seen in 27 years of experience I have had in treating diseases. During the evacuation, some urine was passed which the patient subsequently drank. Having carried him back to bed, we found that he could now lie comfortably stretched out, whereas previously his knees had been drawn up to his abdomen. Like people suffering from peritonitis and appendicitis, he was now nearly free from pain. Precisely 8 hours after he had taken the first draught of urine, I now laid cloths soaked in old urine on his abdomen, chest, and head, and bound up his feet and hands in a similar manner. He passed more and more water and drank every drop. His bowels responded to the treatment and worked freely and painlessly, the evacuations being not unlike discolored water. On the 4th day, he passed 22 pints of urine in 24 hours, all of which he drank immediately. And now came a setback. On the 5th day, I was called to Manchester on business. In my absence, a friendly doctor induced him to take a tablespoon of ground wheat in water. The result was disastrous. All the flow of urine ceased, and in 16 hours all the previous symptoms had returned, though in a slightly less aggravated form. There was nothing for it but to begin the whole treatment over again. The patient finally broke his fast on the 17th day, and the juice of 1 orange at noon, 1 whole orange at 2 p.m., 1 whole orange at 4 p.m., 8 p.m. a full glass of fresh milk. He slept soundly that night. From the 18th to the 25th day, his diet consisted of such foods as cold beef, steamed fish, potatoes in their jackets, scrambled and poached eggs, pears and other fresh fruits, salads, and tomatoes, and nothing else. On the 26th day, the patient was back at his work, completely cured. That was many years ago. He's now a man of 40, lives on a well-balanced diet, drinks his own water of life, and enjoys perfect health. I may mention that late Dr. Rabagalati was not impressed with this case, that he wrote a detailed account of it. I may mention that the late Dr. Rabagalti was so impressed with this case that he wrote a detailed account of it, which was sent to 4 medical journals in England and the USA. Not one there was would publish it. Allusions to cures effected by laymen are not welcome to the medical journals. Medical publications have policies just like daily papers. The fact that a thing may be true or useful to the helping of their fellows seems to play a secondary part with editors of the medical papers on the orthodox variety. This is unfortunate, as it is of course obstructive to progress and medical enlightenment, a matter which is recognized by the Health Practitioners Association. Indeed, in the Health Practitioners Journal, we find articles of homeopathic, naturopathic, herbalist, osteopaths, yoga practitioners, biologists, biochemists, etc. The laudable belief being that there are many roads to health and many means of treating disease. Water of Life, Chapter 12, Venereal Diseases. Dr. Bonesque and Erie, in their book entitled Serums, Vaccines, and Toxins, were constrained to admit, quote, "It cannot be denied that in a certain number of instances, the injection of diphtheral antitoxin has been followed by death directly attributed to the action of the serum," close quote. One of these tragedies, the earliest and perhaps the saddest, befell Dr. Langenhans of Berlin because one of his servants developed diphtheria. As a precautionary measure, he inoculated his perfectly healthy child of 1 year, 9 months old. In a few moments, the unfortunate child was dead. The irony of it is that there was not the slightest evidence to prove that the child would ever have contracted the disease. Seeing that diphtheria germs may be found in a number of quite healthy throats, and in such an environment are as harmless as there are many other supposed to be deadly germs. But alas, it is not merely injections for diphtheria that have proved fatal, for hundreds of deaths, many of them instantaneous, resulted from the use of salvarsan, otherwise called 606, in the treatment of syphilis. Nevertheless, just as immunization against diphtheria is boosted, salvarsan was boosted as the cure par excellence for venereal disease. Of syphilis, we read, quote, "Whether he has been treated or not, the patient is always liable to develop nerve symptoms. These are the most serious of all complications of syphilis, and the commonest are general paralysis and locomotor ataxia. They usually show themselves about 10 years after infection. In general, paralysis there is in progress, dementia, usually with some form of exaltation. The speech is hesitating, slurred, and tremulous. The face muscles and tongue show paresis with tremor. Later, the muscular powers become gradually weakened until there is more or less general paralysis," close quote. Dr. E.H. Rudock, M.D. This is the most unpleasant and saddening picture, yet I suggest that the horrible after effects of venereal disease are the result of suppressive treatment. What, after all, is syphilis? It is simply the result of a poison which is absorbed into the body, and hence the rationale treatment is to get the poison out of the body. That's the rational treatment, is to get the poison out of the body. As the medical profession reserves the right to treat venereal disease and has its clinics for that purpose, I, as a layman, or as a naturopath, as I am sometimes called, am prohibited from treating it. All the same, there are men who have, having heard of urine therapy through the late Mr. Baxter's pamphlets, mentioned in Chapter 11, and through other channels, have set about treating themselves. I will here give the case of a man who contracted venereal disease in France during the last war, 1918. He had, by the way, suffered for some time from psoriasis, which he had suppressed with herbal ointments. This man, then still young, knew something from nature cure methods and had endeavored to treat his venereal disease by subserting for a time entirely on cold water in the hope of, quote, starving it out, close quote. At the end of an 11-day fast, however, his symptoms, far from being better, were decidedly worse. It was then that he came across one of the Baxter booklets. The upshot was that he decided to continue the fast, but, be it noted, with the addition of internal and external use of his own urine. The results were gratifying in the extreme. At the end of 10 days, every sign of the venereal disease had vanished, and the psoriasis had greatly improved. Nevertheless, he decided to continue the urine fast until all traces of the skin complaint had disappeared. This eventuated in 1 more week and found himself free of all troubles. Not only that, but he was also found that his sight, hearing, and sense of taste and smell had become more acute than they had been for years. Most people are now familiar with the orthodox methods of dealing with venereal disease. Sufferers are invited to attend clinics where they are treated with injections. The treatments may last over a period of either weeks or months, but although the members of the poorest classes may attend these clinics, notabilities, particularly in the smaller towns, prefer to be treated by their own doctors, as they feel a certain embarrassment at showing themselves in a place where they may be recognized. In any event, the grave question one asks oneself is, what will be the after effects of their injections? It is one thing to treat disease, but it is not the same as permanently curing the patient. Wrote Dr. W.E. White, MD, of Orthodoxy, quote, "Medicines ignore the individual, wholeness, and treats the disease as a separate entity," close quote. Thus, there are remedies tabulated for practically any ailment, from rheumatism to syphilis, but as the homeopath points out, what the allopath calls rheumatism may come from 20 different causes. Open bracket, were he to say from 20 different secondary causes, this would more approximate to the truth, close bracket. Hence the name of the disease is of no real importance. I regard from my particular point of view, I would even add, quote, "nor how it has been contracted," close quote, for the method of cure, as I have shown in the same. To revert to the case of venereal disease I have cited, if the young man in question had employed urine therapy from the first instead of trying to treat it with what are termed nature cure methods, I am convinced that it would have been cured far sooner. And from what I've been able to gather from others who have tried urine therapy on their own, I have good reason to believe that when venereal disease has been taken in its initial stage, or during the first weeks, cures have been effected anywhere between 48 to 96 hours. That has proved it has not been complicated by the usual treatment. But of course, as it is illegal for me to treat this age-old affliction, I'm in no position to furnish case histories. Still, to exclude from these pages mention of such disease as the medical profession reserve the right to treat by their own methods would be to leave my task only half fulfilled. Considering that, quote, "a proportion of all the blind, deaf, and mentally deficient, and the crippled owe their disabilities to venereal diseases," close quote, see Britain's Health, it became the duty of any one, be he doctor or layman, who has found a means of cutting it, curing it. Sorry, I meant to say curing it, to make his discovery known so that doctors can use it if they wish. What we have to remember is that measures employed by treating venereal disease, as most others also have their day, are found perhaps to be unsatisfactory, and then are superseded by other methods. Although it is doubtful whether the clinics will be prepared to try urine therapy, there may be some private doctors who will be willing to give it a trial. Time alone can show. I may add, by the way, that although doctors do not realize the full value of urine, there are those who have pointed out that only men would micturate immediately after coitus. The risk of contracting venereal disease would be minimized. The late Mr. Baxter J.P. was right when he published the fact that, among other things, urine possessed strong antiseptic properties. Water of Life, Chapter 13. The cure of wounds which would not heal. The treatment of burns. I was destined to prove the value of urine therapy in the treatment of wounds, when some years ago, through an accident, I suffered a grave laceration and injury to my toes, ankle, and foot. The toenails were torn back off, and the toes forced back into the fleshy part of the foot. Naturally, the shock and pain were very severe. At the same time, I rejected the help of a medical friend, as I resolved once again to prove the effect of urine treatment on wounds. After having damaged portions of my foot put into place by some physical culture practitioners who had witnessed the accident, I fasted 4 days for the shock, as an approved method, and applied cloths saturated in old urine to the affected parts. These bandages were kept moist by repeated soakings, but were not unwound until the 5th day, when I finally removed. The results were astonishing. All the traces of injury had disappeared, and the foot was healthy and supple as it had been in my early youth. Incidentally, a corn which had troubled me was dissolved by the treatment. I have frequently observed similar effects even on wounds which refused to heal, whether under treatment of common medical herbal or other remedies, and even where amputation had been seriously discussed as the only remaining course to pursue. For among the large number of cases I have treated, I will now give the history of a particularly bad one which came under my care in 1918. In that year, I was introduced to a man in the early 40s who at the time was attending local infirmary as an outpatient every week for a bullet wound in the forearm. Although the patient had received wound a year previously, it had shown no signs of healing, was about 10 inches in length, about 3/8 of an inch in width, and at times ulcerous and suppurating. His medical advisors were afraid it might ultimately turn gangrenous, to avoid which poisonous treatments and dressings were applied, with many changes in the ingredients and proportions in the mixings. Having got sick of orthodox methods, the patient had also resorted to Fletcherism and the Salisbury treatment, from which, admittedly, he had derived some benefit, but even so, that wound refused to heal. In spite of objections from his wife, he eventually became my patient. My assistant first set about ripping off all the dressings. Then we washed the wound arm 3 times a day with old urine, given the rest of the body lengthy periods of massage with bare hands and the same species of urine. The patient was fasted for 3 days on his own urine plus cold water. Short spells of sunbathing were advocated, and at the end of 7 more days nothing remained of the fissures but a very slight scar as thin as a gold thread. In short, after a whole year's of, quote, interference treatment, close quote, the patient was cured by nature in 10 days. Since the days of this cure, I have observed scores of cases of, quote, miraculous, close quote, healings by identically the same method. These include the healing of painful and disabling wounds, cuts, sores, ill effects from rusty nails, fish bones, etc., all poisonous wounds and all blood poisoning generally. As a rule, a long penance was not required. Cases taken early respond to 3 or 4 days treatment, whilst those which have been medically interfered with and almost rendered gangrenous have taken from 10 to 18 days. With regards to the burns, one reads that in a given year, 7,900 Americans, almost half the number of which were children under 5, died of burns. Open bracket, or did they die of the treatment, or of both combined, close bracket. As to thousands of Americans who survived the effects of burns, they were destined to suffer from unsightly scars, tight puckered skin, stiffening of limbs and useless limbs or fingers. For years, the standby remedies for burns was to application of wet tea leaves. Then in 1925, the Davidson of Detroit placed the old wives' remedy on a quasi-scientific basis. Instead of boiled tea leaves, he applied the ailment derived therefrom, which, as well as we all know, is called tannic acid. This poisonous substance literally tans the tissues and had a thick, hard crust, then forms over the exposed nerve ends. But although it relieves the pain, it checks the activity and flow of the body fluids to the parts. And while it acts as a covering under which it is hoped that new skin may form, unfortunately, however, the tannic acid not only tans the burned tissue, but also surrounding healthy tissue, with the result that it destroys cells which ought to be providing new cells for the knitting together the skin elements, if I may thus express it, for the benefit of the lay mind. So I'll say that again, if I may thus express it, for the benefit of the lay mind. The final outcome is a disfiguring scar, which is preventable by natural methods as opposed to, quote, scientific, close quote, ones. The tannic acid is not even bacterial, for if foreign matter lurks on the burned surface, the function of the microscopic scavengers, which science calls germs, is impeded, and infection is more likely to persist under the supposedly protective crust. In the attempt to kill germs, we merely manacle the policeman. So to say that again, in the attempt to kill germs, we merely manacle the policeman. The tannic acid treatment of burns was superseded by the pyric acid treatment and also the acroflavin treatment. Then the surgeon does their methods. They took skin from another part of the body, usually the buttocks, and grafted it into the burnt up portion. But unfortunately, it sometimes occurred that they would it's weirdly written, left by the removal of the healthy tissue, turn septic. As to the suffering of the patient, which the method entails, it can be better imagined than described. Not that I wish to decry surgery when in the case of ailments or mutilations from war it is necessary, but I am constrained to say that the surgery has greatly been abused and continues to be abused, and thousands of unneeded operations are performed on organs which could be treated by natural methods. Nevertheless, some doctors have been broad-minded and enterprising enough to try urine therapy, as witness the following extracts from a letter to me, 1935, by Dr. Geo S. Cotton of Temple, Texas, USA. Since receiving your literature some months ago, I have put urine therapy to the test, and the results have been astonishing. Urine in the treatment of wounds, etc., cannot be beaten. This healing power is brought about, among other elements contained in urine, by allotane, C4H6O9 and 4. Quote, as I put urine to further use in the treatment and eradication of disease, I shall send you full information. It appears to me you are furthering a great truth which should be broadcast to the suffering humanity. Water of Life, Chapter 14, Some Miscellaneous Cases. Urine nocturna, or bedwetting. Sometimes this is merely a bad habit, but more generally it is a morbid symptom in nervous or anemic children. Weakness is the principal cause, although it may also be due to worms. Children are supposed to grow out of this distressing condition, but this is not always the case. Boy, age 9, had suffered from enuris all his young life, and had been treated by physicians both of the orthodox and unorthodox schools. Was very thin and very unhappy about his affliction. Fasted on urine for 11 days. Results? Complete cure. Menstruational troubles. The patient had suffered for over 2 years from too prolonged and too frequent menstruation, for which she had first tried allopathy without any effect, and then herbalism, from which she only obtained partial relief. The complaint was not only weakening her physically, but also was afflicting her mental equilibrium. During one of her long periods, she had already fasted a fortnight. She decided to try urine therapy. Although at first the urine was heavily overcharged with menstrual blood, she was nevertheless heroic enough to take it. During her fast, she also sipped from 2 or 3 pints daily of plain cold water. In 3 days, the urine became normal. She continued to fast for exactly 28 days, during which she was rubbed with a healthy person's urine for some hours each day. The case was completely cured, not only of the menstrual trouble, but also of long-standing nasal catarrh and an increasing tendency to deafness. Nephritis with other distressing symptoms. Young woman had been in the care of 2 doctors for some weeks and had also seen a specialist who told her mother that the case was a hopeless one, and that in all probability this particular victim would not live to see the approaching Christmas. The young woman was then brought to me. To encourage her and induce her to take the offensive-looking urine she passed, I even went so far as to drink a little of it myself. After a fast of 30 days on urine and cold water only, and daily rubbings with healthy urine, the patient was cured of her grievous complaint. Nor did any other malady develop subsequently. When I first saw her, she had weighed 106 pounds. 4 months later, on a regime of 2 well-balanced meals a day and the continued use of internal and external of her own urine, she weighed 136 pounds nude, which is the exact normal weight of a woman of her height and build. Marcus colitis, boy of 6. Began to discharge mucus frequently, though otherwise there was no apparent symptoms of ill health. The doctor was sent for and said the trouble was prevalent and prescribed castor oil. The boy's father, who knew me and my methods, thinking of castor oil purge too violent, sent for me as soon as the doctor had gone. I put the boy on urine fast, and in 48 hours all the trouble had disappeared. Nevertheless, it was a foolish start to eating as soon as symptoms vanished, and the boy fasted 4 days in all. 2 days later, the boy's mother developed the same colitis symptoms. Likewise did her sister. I fasted them both for 8 days according to my method, although the actual symptoms vanished in 5 days or sooner. It is worthy of note that all 3 patients were strict vegetarians, and that the boy had never tasted flesh in his young life. I advised them to include some flesh in the food in their diet. Eye injury, 1920. A lady came to me with a splinter of chipwood in one eye. The splinter had pierced the iris and was sticking out an inch or more. I removed the splinter, fasted the patient on urine and water for a few weeks, and at the end of which time the trouble was completely cured and the patient had perfect sight. Psoriasis, gentleman, age 60. Fasted on urine and water for 1 week in June 1920 and began for 1 week in September of the same year. During and between the fasts, had rubbings of his own urine and spells of an hour to 3 hours a day. Complete cure. He continued the intake of urine on a daily habit, and 10 years later, though 60 years and 10, only looked about 56. I regarded psoriasis and eczema as amongst the easiest diseases to cure by means of urine therapy. That is provided they are taken in time. Nor in lupus, a more serious skin disease and said to be caused by tuberculosis, by any means incurable, though the treatment takes longer. Rheumatic fever followed by influenza. Female patient 16 stone, though not a big eater, having lost 2 stone before I visited her, heavily constipated, suffering from insomnia and worry. Bed fast with swollen hips, feet, ankles, and abdomen. Fasted a week on urine and plain water. Was well rubbed every day according to my usual method, completely cured in a month, and back on her occupation. Pyorrhea. Patient was in the habit of visiting his dentist every 6 months. Dentist informed him that he was suffering from pyorrhea. Having heard of urine therapy without telling his dentist, he took half a pint of his urine every morning and also urine as a mouthwash. In 9 weeks, his trouble had completely disappeared, much to the surprise of his dentist, who wished to know what had caused such a marked improvement in his general health as to cure the pyorrhea. The cure was effected even without a fast. The notion that pyorrhea is a local disease for which one must have all the teeth extracted is a fallacy. There is no such thing as a local disease. There are only local symptoms. There is no such thing as local disease. There's only localized symptoms. Cleanse the body of its impurities by a fast on urine and plain water, and pyorrhea vanishes automatically. I have observed this in numerous cases. In fact, in all cases I have ever treated. As for myself, I never required a visit to dentist. A well-balanced diet and urine therapy have preserved my teeth. Obesity. Married lady, age 30, weighed 12 stone, lived in the usual, had no children, balanced diet but was not a glutton. Masticated her food and drank only water after or between meals. Previously, she had tried various diets without effect and had tried fasting on plain water only, but with the result that as soon as she resumed eating, she put on weight even more rapidly than prior to the fast. Finally, she consulted me. I advised a urine plus plain water fast with daily rubbings. At the end of the 14 days, her weight dropped 10 stone. I then revised her diet, put her on a well-balanced regime, and suggested 2 meals a day only. By dint of living in this way and taking her own urine daily, her weight had remained about 10 stone, and although she is now past 50, she looks about 33. With many people, obesity does not arise from overindulgence at the table, but from badly functioning glands caused by toxins and a deficiency of the required elements which should be derived from non-processed foods. The fast cleanses the blood tissues, and the intake of urine brings back normality to the disordered glands. I have conclusively proved this by the large number of cases of obesity I have treated, or where obesity has been present among other symptoms. Prostate troubles. Enlargement of the prostate is a term referred to an affliction often to be met with elderly men. Quote, the most prominent symptom is an irritability of the bladder and progressive incapacity to empty it. The prostate gland undergoes a considerable increase in size, and by pressing on the neck of the bladder, forms an obstruction to the outflow of urine from that organ. Case of prostate trouble in its incipient stage. Old gentleman began to have difficulty in voiding his urine, was advised by a friend to try taking half a pint of his own water every morning on rising. This is to be followed at the usual time by a light breakfast instead of the customary full meal. Result: in 1 month after starting the treatment, he was rid of his trouble. Bronchial asthma. Miss C, doctor, had diagnosed the case as bronchial catarrh. The victim said to be in the early stages of TB. General health very poor, breathing difficult. Victim had to resort to palliative to obtain ease and short periods of much needed sleep. Felt very weak and debilitated. Heard of urine therapy, fasted for a fortnight on urine, but without the rubbings. In 3 days, the improvement was so marked that she was able to breathe freely and sleep each night for several hours on end. Broke the fast, took 2 meals a day only, and continued the intake of urine. But the fast had not been sufficiently long to eradicate the trouble, and her symptoms returned. She then wrote to me for advice. I told her that she had not broken the fast correctly, advised further fasts to be attended with the rubbings, and gave her a diet to follow between the fasts. The final result was a complete cure, and the patient has remained in excellent health. She continues to take her own urine daily and from time to time resorts to short fasts, with the result that she feels better than she had ever before. Case of gangrene and after effects of drug treatment for thyroid trouble, reported by naturopath Mr. W. Warnock Field. Lady, age 40, long history of drug treatment since she was 15. In early life, she had injections during a number of years for overactive thyroid and also for colds. More recently, she had an operation with a view to improving the circulation. Seeing that when the weather was cold and even at other times her hands would go blue, no improvement was noticed after the operation. Before I was called in, the local doctor had retired from the case, pronounced it to be hopeless. I found her hands a mass of pus, moist gangrene, and almost skinless. The necessity for amputation of both hands had been moot and feared. After making a start with less severe measures such as hot fomentations, cold compresses, urine packs, urine drinking in small quantities, and an antiseptic ointment to relieve the intense drawing pains, I finally advocated a complete fast on urine and plain water only, at the time continuing the packs. The fast lasted 3 weeks, but even after a fortnight, the patient could use her hands and could knit. Granted, the urine drinking and the urine dressings were of much more value to the treatment. I nonetheless considered that the 3 weeks fast was the decisive factor in this case, since it enabled the drug-laden system to be drained of its impurities. Rash on the arms. Miss C suffered for over 3 years from an irritation erupting on her arms. Had tried various ointments and lotions without any relief. Was finally induced to try effective urine, which she'd dal bed on every night. The rash disappeared completely within a few weeks. In this case, no fast was resorted to or any other measures. Large wart on face. Miss C reports that she employed the same treatment for an unsightly excrescence on her face, which in a short time shriveled up and then fell away, leaving no scar. All these 3 cases were supplied by Mr. Warnock Fieldson. Lump on the arm. A correspondent reports the case of a lady who developed a nasty blue-looking lump about 1 inch high, which she feared might become malignant. She was advised by an acquaintance to treat it with urine compresses, and in less than 3 weeks it fell off, leaving the skin healthy and clean. A mysterious case. Male patient 58 had been at the hospital for several weeks for observation and treatment, but at the end of the term was said to be incurable and was sent home to die, but enjoined to keep in touch with his local doctor. He was given a particular drug to take with him, which was calculated to dissolve any food he ate. When at the request of a gentleman I was treating, I first saw the patient, I reckon he was dying sure enough, but not from the disease so much as from the powerful drug poisoning he was being given. I noticed that his eyeballs were much dissented, and he was thin, but not to the extent of emaciation. He told me he had been a careful eater, a hard outdoor worker. He had kept regular hours, had never been subject to colds, had never been bilious or constipated, and had never had diarrhea. His only vice had been the use of snuff, but he had discontinued the habit a year previously. I only stayed with him a few minutes at my first visit, told him to fast, to drink nothing but cold water and every drop of urine he passed, both day and night. I also told him and his wife not to be surprised of any symptoms which might occur in the process of elimination. His stools, etc., were to be kept for my inspection. 3 days later, I called again to be shown 2 large buckets full of foul matter he had vomited, the vomiting having started 24 hours after he had taken his first draught of urine. There had also been great looseness of the bowels and much catarrh discharge from the nose. In fact, he had been obliged to use a dozen handkerchiefs, which were not only soiled with ropy mucus, but also with snuff. The fast was continued, and in a week of all discharge ceased. The penance was broken in 10 days, and the patient was cured. At the time of writing, he's over 70. This case is interesting as it serves to show that the urine therapy it is quite unnecessary to know the name of the disease or in order to treat it. It is further interesting as showing that a foreign substance, snuff in this case, may be lodged in the tissue for months after taking of it has been discontinued, only to be eliminated during a body cleansing fast, which reminds me that the eminent German naturopath Louis Kuhn relates a case where during the elimination treatment, the sweat of the patient had smelt of drugs the allopaths had previously used to cure or rather suppress the disease. Jaundice. It must be remembered that jaundice is merely a symptom of some chronic or acute affection of the liver and is not a disease in itself. My first and most difficult case where a jaundice condition obtained was in 1919 at the beginning of my career as a urine therapist. This case took 10 days to clear up on a urine fast plus tap water. I have not had a number of jaundice cases, but those who I have treated, it has been remarkable to watch the discoloration of the skin gradually disappear during the first 2 or 3 days of the fast, and then at the penance, as the penance had continued, give place to a color as fresh and as healthy as the complexion of a dairymaid. 10 days or less have usually sufficed to clear up a jaundice condition that is provided that has not been due to cancer of the liver. This dreaded disease I regard as practically hopeless by whatever means it is treated. Even biochemic practitioners who have claimed to cure some cases of cancer maintain that if the liver is involved, nothing can be done. Nevertheless, I once supervised a urine fast in the case of a man who had been such a heavy drinker that over a period of years he had drunk a whole bottle of spirits per day. This man decided to try a urine fast while his doctor was away on holiday. He drank all the urine he voided, but on the 10th day it remained as bloody and as full of red sandy deposits as it was at the beginning of the penance. On the day in question, the doctor returned from his holiday and an incision was made in the scrotum. The following day the patient passed away in the state of unconsciousness. Whether his liver, which was dead, could ever have be made to function again if the fast had continued, and there had been no surgical interference, is very problematical. But I confess I was much distressed at any rate that I had not been given a chance to try and save the unfortunate man's life, especially as during the fast he had lost every little flesh except in the face, and so here seemed some prospect of his ultimate recovery. And after all, where there is life, there is hope. Case of paralysis, premature old age, loss of memory, etc. Male patient, age 60. Medical verdict, quote, a few weeks to live, close quote. Had 2 paralytic seizures, the first occurring after an attempt to get rid of influenza by means of fresh fruit and fruit juices. After the second seizure, he had no memory and appeared to be in his dotage, though only 60. He underwent a urine fast with rubbings for 59 days, broke the spell for a fortnight, living on 1 meal a day, then fasted for another 35 days. Memory of his speech returned in 20 days during the first fast, and the cure was completed during the second, the prime case of the trouble having been an arthritic condition. Loss of hair. The same man who had lost his hair not only regained it during the second fast, his head was rubbed daily, but instead of being gray, it assumed its original color. Many of my correspondents, I may add, report renewal of hair as a result of rubbing the head with old urine as a daily habit. Reports from correspondents on influenza, pneumonia, pleurisy, and appendicitis. These reports show that as a general rule, there are 3 to 8 days fast, or urine fast, suffices to cure influenza, pneumonia, and pleurisy. The same can be said of appendicitis. In some cases of the latter, 1 small meal a day has been allowed, although all the urine passed must be taken. In severe acute cases with fever and a complete urine fast is essential. And here I would emphasize the fact that to press food on a sick man or woman on the principle that strength must be kept up is the height of medical folly. To an invalid whose instincts and organs rebel against taking nourishment, food acts like a poison. Cataract. Before it became illegal for laymen to mention the fact that cataract may yield to treatment without operation, I found that in many cases 10 days urine fast was sufficient to dissolve the film that forms over the eye. The longest required was a 28-day fast. or it is against the now existing law for any layman to say that he has cured cataract before the law was passed, is a subtle point on which I am not qualified to pronounce. But in case the disclosure should be illegal, we must assume that the case cured had been falsely diagnosed, since the law implies that no one save a qualified occultist can cure genuine cases, namely with a knife. Nevertheless, it is only veracious to say that cataract is by no means always an isolated condition. That we need to remember is that the eye is part of the body, and therefore, in treating the body as a whole for other symptoms, the local condition is apt to cure itself without any direct attention. Glaucoma. This, according to orthodox medicine, and even to naturopathy, is a very serious condition. Occultists perform an operation, but in many cases the patient sooner or later merely goes blind. In any event, mutilating can never be termed a cure. Patients who have not been tampered with, I have known to respond well on urine fast for about a month's duration. As against the case which have been surgically interfered with, a general rule to be considered is practically hopeless. Rheumatism. In this country, England, the wealth is often blamed for rheumatism conditions by persons with insufficiently alkaline blood. So it's the weather is often blamed. But were the blood and body free from acidity and foreign matter, the weather or changes of weather would have no effect. With regard to the cure for rheumatism, of which some doctors say there's 26 different kinds, I have found that patients always respond well to urine fasting, from 10 to 12 days and even less in simple cases. The fast must be attended with urine rubbings and urine packs. After the cure, revision of diet to a well-balanced regime is essential to avoid reoccurrence. Many cases have responded to 1 meal a day plan. The food must be carefully chosen, alcohol and condiments avoided, plus taking of autogenous urine, the urine rubbings and urine packs. Such cases, if not too long-standing and severe, have usually cleared up within a few weeks. Arthritis. This painful and distressing condition is about as far removed from rheumatism as a severe heart attack of influenza from a slight cold, and is one of the very worst conditions to tackle, notably because the foreign deposits are largely lodged in the bones. Even to cure an incipient case, I have found that it takes about 12 to 40 days on a very carefully selected diet, taking of every drop of urine passed and long daily rubbings with urine. These were cases where the patient had objected to or had not found it feasible to fast. Nevertheless, I regarded such treatment as only half measures and maintained that a complete urine fast of even 10 days does far more to help the victim than months of mere dieting and taking of urine. But I must emphasize that where the trouble has become deep-seated and the victim is practically crippled, there is little prospect of obtaining a cure. I will now add a few cases kindly supplied by the naturopath Mr. Oliver Warnock Fielden. So, bronchial asthma. Mr. D.E., age 37, discharged from the Navy for bronchial asthma, from which he had suffered since the age of 14. The sea life seemed to make the trouble worse. Disturbed each night at least 4 times in order to use the medical spray. Also, he dared not go to the theater without it so that he could use it between the acts. Within 3 months, during which he drank urine up to 3 or 4 pints a day, and 2 short fasts of 36 to 40 hours each on urine alone, he never became so much relieved that he never thinks of taking his spray to the theater, nor does he wake up at night to use it. All fear of this trouble has left him, and his general health is vastly improved. Another case of the same trouble improved in 4 days fast on urine when a 3 weeks fast at a well-known nature care home had utterly failed. After every drink of urine, a wad of mucus was discharged. The last day of the fast produced such a clot of mucus that the patient went out and tested his breathing by walking up a hill. Experiencing no difficulty, he immediately returned to work. Diseased kidney. Mr. G.D. in May 1944, he was in hospital for the removal of his right kidney. He had suffered great pain and the urine was the color of blood. The x-ray had shown a large stone lodged in the pelvis of the kidney. The surgeon's opinion was that the kidney was diseased and not to be removed and to not remove it would be a danger to life. However, Mr. D refused the operation and came to me. He took the urine drinking quite naturally, drank all he passed, fasted repeatedly for several days at a time, and within a few weeks, the condition was improved to the extent there was no pain, and the urine was normal color. In 3 months, Mr. D returned to the hospital and was told there was nothing wrong with his kidney. As a result of the successful treatment, Mr. D brought me a patient who had been in hospital waiting to undergo the same operation. He also was cured by the same method. In cases such as these, one must accept the verdicts of the examining surgeons and the radiologist, who in both instances were pressing for an operation as the only means of relief and even saving their life. When later on they maintain that there is nothing at all wrong, and the x-rays give a clear proof of healthy kidney, one is forced to assume that the fasting and urine drinking has affected the cure. To conclude this chapter, I may append one or two suggestions made by my friend Mr. O. Warnock Field as to how urine cures, although I may not altogether share his views. He writes, quote, "There may be some healing force in the return of the unexpected hormones, particularly the sex hormones, which find their way into the urine. There are cases known in which urine is taken internally for the sake of their substances alone. There may also be cases made for the return of the tissue substances, which is in solution, is in the urine. Organic tissue may be leached from the vital organs by means of the poisonous substances lodged there from the food and drink taken into the body, and also from the drugs and injections of noedical science. It is claimed by some that these substances may be returned and reused again in rebuilding healthy organs. This is difficult to prove, but there are many cases on record in which the diseased organs have been renewed by means of drinking large quantities of urine. More than this, it is impossible to say. The explanation which appeals to me more than any other is that the cures are obtained by means of homeopathic principle. There is no doubt that although it is claimed that toxic matter in quantity is not thrown out of the body in the urine, otherwise we would not become ill because it remains in us. There must be certainly to be found in the urine a homeopathic or infinitesimal dose of the particular toxin complex of the individual concerned. That must surely be beyond all argument. If this infinitesimal dose is returned to the body, an antibody, according to homeopathic principles, will be produced, then there will therefore tend towards a cure of the condition. In the natural habits of animals, we observe the fact that they continuously lick themselves. In this way, they undoubtedly take in their symptom homeopathic dose of their toxic condition. After every meal, even, this dose would tend to correct any harm likely to occur from eating food which would not agree with them, perhaps even poisoning them. May not this habit be nature's immunization scheme for excellence? Medical science has formulated a system of dangerous inoculations to do exactly the same thing as the dog does when it licks itself. Nature gives instinct to the dog for its salvation, and brains to man for his ultimate destruction. We must be too clever. If anyone doubts the animal's instinct to drink its own urine, let him try the experiment of handing a cup to a monkey. The monkey has only a use for it. The goat is considered to be the most healthy of all animals, so much that its milk is much sought after for TB cases. May not this be explained by the fact that the goat can, and even often does, drink its urine straight from its body? When man first appeared upon the earth, some provisions must have been made for its security against extinction. Food, clothing, shelter were all stored within the earth, man having only to work for them to satisfy all his material needs. Would the vital importance of his freedom from disease be neglected? If what is stated in these pages is correct, the means and whereby health may be obtained is always close at hand, easy to carry out, marvelous in its simplicity, and free to everyone. The late Dr. Chase D. Duncan, one of the most enlightened doctors of America, stated in his book, Autotherapy, quote, there are in the pathogenic exudiants toxic substances to which the patient must develop resistance in order that a cure may be instituted. In other words, autotherapy, The patient has the right toxic substance within his body, and it remains for the physician to find them and determine the proper dose and interval between doses so that the local tissues may develop resistance to them. There is therefore much in some branches of medical research which agrees with the courageous contributions of John Armstrong, which is testified to in the cases mentioned in this book. Water of Life, Chapter 15, The Common Cold. It is not extravagant to say that the simple malady we call an ordinary common cold has baffled the profession for centuries. A doctor once said to the right, quote, "If there is one thing I dislike being asked to cure, it is a common or garden cold in the head," close quote. The late Dr. Haig, who was first to draw attention to uric acid, aid beater, still to the folly of living on an unbalanced diet, though on certain points one might differ from him, told people they should be thankful when they contracted a streaming cold, as it acted as a species of house cleaning and therefore should never be suppressed. But unfortunately for mankind at large, very often the first thing most persons do immediately they feel, quote, begin to feel a cold coming on, close quote, is to buy something to stop it and, quote, nip it in the bud, close quote. This is not curing it, it's merely suppressing it and frustrating nature. The suppression of simple cold often leads to worse afflictions such as pneumonia, etc. The cause of colds is as simple as colds themselves are common. It lies in an unbalanced diet. And as the majority of people living in unbalanced diets, the majority of people are thus in varying degrees susceptible to colds. Excess of starch in a diet combined with deficiency of foods containing the essential mineral salts is productive to catarrh. The exudations in catarrhal conditions should in themselves be quite sufficient to indicate to us the real cause of catarrh. Their nature is starchy. Moreover, just as the cause of cold must be obvious, so must be its cure, as I have found through years of observation and experience. The procedure is to fast on cold water and self-urine only. No medications, whether in the form of lozenges or potions, must be taken. If this treatment is carried out, the cold will disappear in less cases of otherwise healthy individuals. In about 12 hours or less, doubtless, the reader will say, but, quote, but this is quite contrary to the old adage, feed a cold, starve a fever, close quote. Yet was that the original adage? I have heard it said that such and merely a perversion of the original saying, which was, quote, if you feed a cold, you'll starve a fever, close quote. Even a fast on cold water only will cure a cold in anything from 24 to 48 hours. But this is less effective than cold water and self-urine treatment, which not only results in the rapid disappearance of the catarrhal condition, but the victim feels much better in every way than prior to the visitation. Moreover, which is very important, it prevents the development of influenza, pneumonia, etc., which then once again develops, may in some cases need at least a fast of 10 days or more, and more care and nursing. And yet influenza, pneumonia, and bronchitis and kindred ailments may be merely the more immediate result of suppressing nature's attempts to get rid of the excess of starch and its evils. Indeed, it is my conviction that suppressed colds are the most fruitful and common basis of a long list of major diseases. Chorzia, as it is technically called, the inflammation of the mucous membrane of the nose, should be regarded as a blessing in disguise. For it is, so to say, the alarm bell which announces that the interior needs a cleansing process. And I would here stress at the risk of repetition that nothing performs this office so quickly and easily and actively as the intake of every drop of one's own urine while fasting, even if the passing and intake of that urine is up to 20 pints in the 20 hours of a fast. As to chronic nasal catarrh, these people who live in the unbalanced diet should be thankful for this safety valve, which may prevent them from developing far more serious ailments. Those who attempt to suppress it by unnatural means may have to face serious consequences. Its cause is to be found in the habitual consumption of too much bread, especially white, of buns, scones, polished rice puddings, porridge, biscuits, especially made of white flour and other starch foods, where these elements preponderate in a dietary, it also involves a deficiency in those foods rich in the essential mineral salts. To say the sugars and starch give energy is one of those pernicious half-truths which are nearly as misleading as 100% error. An excess of starch cannot give energy, because it merely clogs the system and inhibits its normal functioning. The proof is that people who live mostly on the ailments I have enumerated have constantly to resort to alcoholic beverages or cups of tea to buck themselves up. As I always like to substantiate my contention with scientific reasons for the benefit of those who like the dotted in this manner, I may add that apart from an excess of starch being the cause of catarrh, there is the tissue of a deficiency of chloride of potash, phosphate of lime, and sulfate of lime, and if the throat is infected, of phosphate of iron. In recent times, researchers have occupied themselves with the analysis of various foods in order to ascertain their mineral salts content. As a result of this, we find that some foods are richer in one or other salt than other foods. Thus, the ailments have been tabulated under such headings as carbon foods, calcium foods, chlorine foods, fluorine foods, sodium foods, potassium foods, phosphorus foods, sulfur foods, etc., etc., etc. All these salts have now been found to be essential to the proper functioning of the body. Such research only serves again to show how necessary it is to live on a varied and well-balanced diet. It is significant that, until recently, the medical profession ignored potassium, or potash, as a salt of any importance to the human body, and yet it has since been discovered by exponents of the biochemic system that a deficiency of one or other forms of potash is a contributing cause in most diseases, especially in cancer and growths. Nevertheless, this was already discovered by Dr. Schussler of Oldenburg, Germany, in the later half of the last century. Yet it was only brought into greater prominence in 1912 by Dr. Forbes Ross, already mentioned, who had probably never even heard of Dr. Schlusser or his momentous but largely ignored discovery. In his general sketch of the biochemic system of medicine, Dr. Carey, MD, significantly points out that a lack of any of the inorganic cell salts will set up certain symptoms, which are merely nature's method of indicating that one or more of the vital workers of the body are absent and must be applied. Quote, each mineral salt has a specific work to do. Each has an affinity to certain organic materials used in building up the human frame. Thus, calimer, chlorine of potash, molecules work within fibrin. If a deficiency occurs in the salt, a portion of the fibrin, not having inorganic salt to unite with, becomes disturbing element and may be thrown out of the vital circulation through the nasal passages or lungs, producing condition called catarrhs, colds, coughs, etc. Close quote. Here, then, we have the biochemic explanation of colds, a kindred of elements such as leucorrhea, the whites, which, when the discharge is milky white, indicates a deficiency of chloride of potash in the female organism. Carey, I think I have now produced sufficient evidence to show that the common cold, together with all catarrhal conditions, whether acute or chronic, is primarily the result of wrong feeding, on which I shall enlarge in a later chapter. Water of Life, Chapter 16, Urine Therapy on Animals. When certain people want to disparage a given treatment, they ascribe its efficacy to faith. For instance, some opponents of homeopathy have glibly dismissed it as faith cure. Yet the homeopath has an argument to hand which soon squashes that assumption. He contends that homeopathy cures animals when, in the nature of things, they cannot know that they are being treated. Cures of hundreds of animals are mentioned in homeopathic literature. One is of a cat which had paralysis of its hind legs. After various treatments had been tried, its owner gave it a mag in a colossally high attenuation and cured it completely in a very short time. The skeptic will say, quote, coincidence, close quote, to which one can only resort, quote, how astonishing is it the credulity of the skeptic, close quote. This allusion to homeopathy on animals is so far relevant in that one of two credulous skeptics have even said that urine therapy must be a faith cure. I can but smile and employ the same argument as have homeopaths. Let me substantiate my argument with a few facts. It so happens that my grandfather was rather well known in the 60s and 70s of last century for his way with horses, dogs, etc. And it was from him I learned that urine and even cow dung were his favorite remedies in successfully treating the ailments and injuries of animals. He thought nothing of fasting cows, horses, and dogs up to a month on water and cow's urine. to administer which he used a horn, though when thirsty they would drink without this adjunct. Having learnt much from my grandfather, I treated animals myself. It was often a long and laborious job, and some adventures I could quote are not without their humorous side. Remember, I once fasted a cow which had tetanus for 120 days, during which I rubbed it for 8 hours a day with the urine I caught in a bucket of other cows. To drink, I gave it its own urine. At first it was thick, yellow, and concentrated as mustard, and the urine of the healthy cows. It also drank plain water. My vaccine patient lost all its hair, went to skin and bone, but made a complete recovery, regaining its natural weight on grass feeding in about 2 months. I have also treated dogs with urine therapy fast. One method of inducing a dog to drink urine, though they will often drink a bitch's urine, is to fasten the animal to a tree and then syringe its head with a fine spray of the vital fluid. I used my own newly passed for the purpose. As the urine drips down over its face, the dog will lap it up. Case history: Airedale Terrier, quote, rough, close quote. Treated him for swelling in his abdomen, which developed after he had been run over by the back wheel of a motor car. He fasted 19 days on my urine and cold water when desired, and finally broke his fast on a little raw beef. When animals are ill, they have the sense to fast until hunger reasserts itself. During his fast, I washed him all over with old, strong, greasy urine, and although he lost many of his old hairs during the process, he finished up with a beautiful coat. Although the following experience with poultry does not strictly come under the heading of urine therapy. Sign: hens do not urinate, and no urine was used. It is instructive nonetheless as showing what a fast will do even for birds. I had 60 hens at the time, October 1916, but not one of them had laid an egg for weeks, although they had been well fed and stimulated with condiments. As some of them were ill, many authorities had given me free and professional advice. Finally, I decided to put half of them on a fast, but nothing but plain water. The result was remarkable, for on the 4th day I found several eggs. Subsequently, I fasted the remaining half, and the same gratifying result, eggs in plenty. The fast in each case lasted a week. I then changed what had been the previous diet, consisting of anything and everything, to nothing but whole grain wheat, for which the hens had to work in ashes for every morsel raw greens, which I gave them twice a day. This, plus the grass they could peck from my orchards, was all they got. The result was an average 250 eggs a week for 60 hens from 18 weeks without a break, and at the negligible cost of a third something per egg. Treatment of foal's leg for laceration. The foal in question had tried to force her way through a thick thorn hedge with disastrous results. She suffered a large slash on the flesh of one of her back legs at the knee joint, and the gash resembled a great lip hanging down. I was advised to call in a vet and have it stitched up, but I declined, knowing that such a measure would only leave unsightly marks and much reduce her value. I therefore bound up the wound with a soft, clean woolen cloth, undyed, under a piece of 3-ply flexible wood. I filled in the space between the flesh and the wood with cow dung. Finally, drawing the poultice tight at the bottom with broad tape so as to keep the dung in place and let the foal have her run, twice a day I called the animal so that I might pour a pint or more of urine on top of the poultice in order to keep the properties of the dung active. This process kept it up for a fortnight. Then at length I undid the bandage, and lo and behold, the wound was perfectly healed and without leaving a trace of a scar. Truly, these are lessons to be learnt from nature. First, second, and third, work with nature, and she will do the work. Armstrong, Water of Life, Chapter 17. The Rationale of Rubbing and Urine Packs. A correspondent who asked a number of intelligent questions surprised me on the account by asking, quote, is not the skin a one-way organ? Close quote. And yet what what shred of evidence or deduction is there on which to base such an assumption? Take the simplest analogy. If one covers with a descended handkerchief the top of a cup containing a little milk, and then inverts the cup, the milk will ooze out through the handkerchief. Conversely, if one puts a little milk on the handkerchief and descended over the cup, the milk will ooze through into the cup, and more quickly if one rubs it through the material. That the skin is capable of absorbing not only fluids, but air has been known for many years. Why are cellular underclothes advocated? Because the skin requires to breathe. Hence the unwisdom of clogging the pores with suppressive unguents, or of wrapping oneself up in sheaths of warm underclothes, as did the Victorians. Should the skin be prevented from breathing entirely, the victim dies. The story of the child which was painted completely with liquid gold in order to cut a figure in pageant is well known that the child was dead within 2 hours. On the other hand, the rubbing with milk of underweight and ill-thriving children was on the one hand a common practice, and often attended with good results. As we all know, friction produces heat, and heat opens up the pores of the skin because they likewise generate heat. That is why it's so important that the compress contain. Compresses which merely draw out and put nothing back in can seriously sappen a matter which has been brought to my notice in many cases. Thus the compress par excellence is a urine compress, and rubbing with urine is far superior to any other form of friction. For the latter purpose, old urine alone, or old mixed with fresh, rind warmed up, it must never be boiled, and is the most efficacious. The most practical method is to store up urine in bottles. Pour a very little into a flat bottom bowl, place the hands in the bowl so as to get just sufficient of the fluid in the palms, and then start the rubbing till the hands are dry. Put a little more urine into the bowl and repeat the process. By dint of taking only a little at a time on one's hands, none of the urine drops onto the floor. As to the compresses, from all that has already been written in this book, when relating case histories and how and when to apply them will become obvious. However, it will do no harm to repeat myself. Clothes soaked in urine should be placed over the local site of the trouble and kept moist by adding more urine when required. The cloths should be applied whenever there are boils, bums, burns, wounds, lumps, swellings, or other aberrations. Naturally, the body will be rubbed at the actual place where the compress is required. I'll say that again. Naturally, the body will not be rubbed at the actual place where the compress is required. In no circumstances should suspicious lumps be rubbed or the tissues in the near vicinity. I've already mentioned briefly that the most important parts to rub are the neck, face, head, and feet. But that does not mean to say that the whole body should not be rubbed as well. Unless the malady requires a compress at one or other sites, this is an essential part of urine therapy in order to supply nourishment to the patient during a urine fast. Apart from that, urine is the most wonderful skin food that exists, as may be seen from the hands of those who do the rubbings. It has been suggested by skeptics that dry rub or rub with plain cold water would be adequately effective, but the answer is an emphatic negative. I have tried both, even urine fasts without urine rubbings and attended with palpitations, just as are fasts on plain water only. I grant that the rubbing is both excellent exercise and acts as an excellent massage, but without the urine it does not and cannot rebuild waste tissues. Only in very bad cases when the patient is too weak and emaciated to stand it, I have dispensed with the rubbings, in which the urine can be absorbed via the skin by means of urine packs. I will now give a case history to show the continued poulticing with any other substance, however apparently harmless, can provide highly strength-sapping to the patient, as well as be quite unproductive of the cure. Gentleman, well over 50, had been an enthusiastic follower of what may be called caterpillar diet. It consisted of one meal a day, chiefly of whole meal bread, salads, fresh fruit, fresh milk, nuts, and honey. He had by this means hoped to reduce his corporation and to cure an arthritic and dropsical condition and other troubles, as well as chronic contitiveness being one, for which he resorted to salts and high anemata. When he finally sent for me, he had been on the doctor's hands for some time and was in such a state he had to have 2 nurses. Although now taking 2 meals and 4 snacks a day, he was under 10 stone, very weak, bedfast, suffering from bed sores, and spending half the day, most of the night, coughing up phlegm and ropey mucus. But what I would draw special attention to here was the state of his arm. About 2 years previously, a running sore had manifested itself, to which poultices had been applied. In spite of this, or in my opinion largely because of it, he now had 5 discharging sores, that poulticing having been continued all that time in 2 years. I at once suggested that all of this poulticing was responsible more than any other factor for his loss of strength, in that the constant draining of nourishment via his arm was starving both his limb and his torso. The upshot was, though the nurse protested, that the poulticing ceased and the arm was simply bound in plain, unmedicated rag, not touched for a week. His meals were regulated to 2 a day, with no snacks and only plain cold water to drink. All medicines, they had merely upset his digestion, were discarded. At the end of the week, the plain bandages were removed for inspection, but although the sores were still suppurating, there was evidence to suggest that the bulk of the matter had been absorbed by the heat of the blood via the pores of the skin. In a month, even though there was still a little discharge, the arm was usable, and the patient could write letters for the first time in years. Without massage or any remedial local measures whatsoever, he had gained 14 pounds in weight. The most marked change showed in his face, both arms and chest and shoulders and buttocks. I may add, by the way, that I healed his bed sores with nothing more scientific than my own saliva. The chief point to note in this case, however, is that as soon as the medication poultices were stopped, the patient put on more flesh, though he was taking in less food. He was subsequently restored to full health by urine therapy and a well-balanced diet, not based on theories of late Arnold, Ehret, and company. And now to return to the rationale of rubbing and to supply some details of my own case, which have not been yet mentioned. During my first fast on urine and water, I was intrigued, though not alarmed, to notice the palpitations of my heart, which at times were so pronounced that I almost felt I had 2 heartbeats instead of 1. I ascribed this, contrary to medical assumptions, to the theory that my heart was not getting a sufficient blood supply to pulsate upon, and was therefore accelerated somewhat by a watch when the controlling hairspring is broken or out of order. It was then that I noticed I got an idea from the Bible, this time from the New Testament. For I read, quote, "When thou fastest, anoint thy head and wash thy face." Matthew 6:17, close quote. I am fully aware that the interpretation I put in this injunction may seem far-fetched, but as I have said, it is nonetheless gave me an idea, and having read it, proceeded to rub my head and face and neck and other parts of my body with urine, and the palpitations ceased. Moreover, by this method I have found it possible to fast, if not too ill to start with, without interrupting one's daily tasks. Patients with skin diseases, for example, have fasted, carried on their work, and due to those not in the know, have not seemed to be fasting at all. As for myself, I can undertake a fast if so minded to encourage others, and not even a doctor with his impressive instruments can detect my heart, etc., that I am abstaining from food. This, however, would soon become apparent if I attempted to fast without the urine rubbings. Water of Life, Chapter 18. Wrong feeding, the prime cause of diseases. In the little book entitled Britain's Health, prepared by S. Mervyn Herbert, we read the following relative to nutrition, quote, "Recent scientific investigations indicate that it is an all-important in national health, and that the provision of adequate nourishment for every man, woman, and child in the country should go hand in hand with the most elementary environmental service such as sanitation, housing, and the provision of pure water. Vitamins are now commonplace, and from their study has developed a new conception of food value." Close quote. It has been shown that the incidence of tuberculosis realize that they may eat as much as they can and still be suffering from malnutrition if the food they choose lacks the important protective elements. Nearly everywhere in the topic can be found appalling cases of scurvy, pellagra, and beriberi which have developed not from starvation, but from lack of vitamins or minerals. I should have said that instead of the or. It has been known that the incidence of tuberculosis rose in all the countries which had suffered from food shortages during the Great War, 1914 and 1918. Quote, "The incidence of malnutrition in Britain cannot be described with accuracy, but authorities on diet are agreed that it is sufficiently extensive to constitute the most serious danger to health at the present time. Lack of money is unquestionably reasonable for a large part of malnutrition, but a good deal is due to the ignorance which results in certain foods of low nutrition value being consumed in excess." Precisely. All of which can be reduced to one sentence. Quote, "The prime cause of disease is the absence of substances which should be in the body and the presence of substances which should not be in the body." Close quote. That's from Doctors, Disease and Health by Cyril Scott. The gist of it has been put even more tersely by Major C. Fraser Mackenzie. Quote, "We are made of what we eat, so if many organs become diseased, it generally means the food was wrong." Close quote. Reduced to even still further consciousness, the case of disease is an ill-balanced diet. Yet provided this is kept in mind, it is unwise procedure to lay down any specific rules about what precise foods people should eat or should not eat. For climate, environment, and personal, quote, "idiosyncrasies," close quote, have to be taken into account. The Eskimos cannot be expected to live on the same ailments as the Brazilians, for example. As to personal idiosyncrasies, they are numerous and some of them very peculiar. The case could be mentioned of a man whom fish is so violent a poison that if he licks a postage stamp, and quote, "the sticky side contains fish glue," close quote, his whole face swells up to such an extent that he cannot see out of his eyes. There are also persons to whom eggs in any form whatsoever are poison, yet sometimes such persons grow out of these particularities. The writer knows of a woman who could not touch an egg, whether by itself or in a pudding or cake, until she had turned 70, and then, strange to say, the eggs ceased to disagree with her. Rabid vegetarians, as we know, would have us believe that eating meat is virtually the cause of all human ills. I differ from them entirely on the best of all grounds, personal experience, and what I have observed in others. If vegetarians had declared that a meatless diet would be the best regime for everybody, if for years man had not acquired the food habits of an omnivore animal, then I would agree with them. But as is, my observations have taught me that the sudden change of diet from zoophagous to meatless can have disastrous results. In short, the average man has not as yet attained to that state of health where he is ready to complete vegetarianism, however desirable this may be as an ideal. Nevertheless, I will make the following reservation. It may be different with persons who have been brought up from infancy on a meatless diet, provided that diet is not merely meatless. It must be a well-balanced vegetarian diet and not just an excess of starchy rubbish. After all, it would now be asked, what sort of diet do I personally advocate in general and for people living in the temperate zones? My answer is a diet consisting of a proper proportion of meat, poultry, eggs, fish, salads, steamed vegetables, whole wheat bread, fresh fruits in season, brown unpolished rice, butter in moderation, honey, which is the best sweetening agent there is. To be avoided are all tinned foods, twice-cooked foods, all processed denatured foods, such as white bread, white sugar, polished rice, pasteurized milk. Condiments should also be avoided. In my opinion, tinned meats, processed foods, and pasteurized milk are the evil commercial products of what we are pleased to call civilization. White sugar and white bread are simply invented to put money in the hands of respectively the refined sugar refiners and the flour refiners. White sugar is merely an acid-producing ailment, seeing that all the alkaline properties have been refined out of it. Last century, an unscrupulous doctor was paid to declare that he found a bug in brown sugar and therefore was unfit for human consumption in the natural state. As to pasteurizing milk, Dr. Mary Stopes is not the only one who has forcibly condemned it. She calls it, as we have seen, quote, the foul poison, close quote. This may be going a bit too far, but the facts remain that the pasteurization of milk, apart from other considerations, enables it to be sold when it is not fresh. Its lack of freshness not being detectable as it would be with unpasteurized milk. Which reminds me what the late Mr. F.A. McQuiskin, MP, said of the commodity. Quote, some people think unpasteurized milk is milk from the pasture. It is nothing but half-boiled milk lacking of nourishment. If you give it to calves, they die. If you give it to rats, they fail to reproduce their species. It is a form of birth control. Close quote. There is no doubt that as regards dietitians and dietetics, whether the doctors admit it or not, we owe a great deal to the naturopaths who first drew our attention to the necessity of eating vital foods. Hence the subsequently coined word vitamins. But unfortunately, those who have been exploited commercially and artificial vitamins are now on the market. Again, these Professor A.J. Clark of the University of Edinburgh warned the public. In fact, number 14, he wrote, in effect, that the chief education the public is receiving is, quote, in the form of advertisements of proprietary vitamin preparations, tonic foods, etc., which distort the facts in the manner that the advertisers fancy will sell their preparations, close quote. We should obtain our vitamins, he declared, from a properly regulated diet and not from so-called tonic food preparations. Needless to say, I heartily agree with this dictum. I also agree with much that the naturopaths have put forward, though on one or two points I differ from them materially. There have been a few extremists who have wished to eliminate starch and sugar from the diet altogether. This is a dangerous fallacy. No one can subsist for long without some sugar and starch in the organism. It is an excess of starch which is evil, as I pointed out in my chapter on the common cold. And now, if the cause of disease has been obvious, or become obvious, so also must be its prevention. A well-regulated diet, which of course means neither too little nor too much, to which dictum I would add, plus an occasional fast according to my particular method. Furthermore, I would advocate the habitual intake of one's own fresh urine. On rising, a glassful should be taken, and again a glassful during the day. For my own part, I drink all that I pass, apart from fresh milk, drink no other beverage. But then I am an enthusiast. Were I to say lay down the law to forcefully for all and sundry, I should also be termed a dogmatic or dogmatist. I might likewise savor the dogmatic if I were to say that one meal a day or two at most are sufficient for the maintenance of health and strength. Yet in my own case I have found to the end that one meal suffices me. This is to say, however, that it sounds dogmatic or not, namely, that all violent and sudden alterations in diet are only wise if undertaken after a fast. People who, for humanitarian reasons, have suddenly taken to vegetarianism have frequently had to suffer for the high-mindedness. Nature objects to sudden changes of this kind, and conversely, people who have found that vegetarianism disagrees with them and they have suddenly taken to flesh foods, have also had to pay for their policy. But not so if they have made the tight change after a urine fast, the length of which has been regulated according to their condition and the nature of their malady. And here let me add a word to this chapter regarding the enforced fast of survivors in open boats, who when faced with deficiency of water eventually resorted to drinking their own urine. A correspondent had objectively written to me saying that there are a number of cases of records of sailors who have drunk their own urine when adrift at sea and have died in the consequence. But surely the writer is confounding effects and cause, nor does he deduct tally with the Admiralty's admission that the practice is harmless. The truth is that these unfortunate men had, in all likelihood, only started to drink their own urine when in the extreme. Had they started to take it from the first, they would have modified their actual suffering from food and water starvation. But of course, in such cases, one has to take into account the bad effects of exposure and the constant anxiety that attends such horrible experiences. Unfortunates who are cast adrift in a boat are, needless to say, continuously harassed by the idea that they are going to perish from hunger and thirst. Could they be free from this idea and at the same time assured that urine drinking is not only harmless but actually beneficial? The experience would hold them for less terrors. If it was generally known that a man can subsist on what may be seen as uninitiated to the uninitiated as an extraordinary long time on urine only, the knowledge would prove enormous value against the debilitating effects of fearful thoughts. I may mention that the longest fast I can record was that of a man who fasted 101 days for blindness, brought about by a sting of one eye, and the continued use of atropine in both. But such a lengthy fast would not have been feasible without the urine rubbings, in addition to the urine intake, which plays so important a part in urine therapy. This is Armstrong's book, Water of Life, Chapter 19, Some Practical Suggestions. In one of the American states, a law still exists making it illegal for a husband to kiss his wife on Sunday. Of course, no one pays attention in the slightest, because the law is not and cannot be enforced, and because it involves the parties concerned. But it is a very different matter with laws involving huge commercial interests. A kiss is not a manufactural commodity. Serums, radium plants are. And that is the trouble. To the pure in heart, which means the unselfish, altruistic, and uncommercially minded, it seems doubtless a curious irony that the treatment of certain said to be incurable diseases has become illegal except at the hands of those who cannot cure them. This is ostensibly to protect the public, yet the logician may ask to protect the public from what or from whom? We presume from such persons as fraudulently profess to cure what they know perfectly well that they are unable to cure, and who merely trade on the innocence and ignorance of the unwary. Well, such a law has its advantages, but it also has its drawbacks. Besides, it would be more convincing if the usual measures adopted by the medical profession would agitate so that the law should be passed were, number one, instrumental in saving the lives of those it professed to protect. Number two, if the measures were not so highly lucrative in nature. Operations for cancer are more costly to the patient than a few relatively harmless herbs sold by quacks, some of which have been known to do good. And a radium plant is a costly affair for the purchasers and very profitable for its vendors, as also is radium itself. Many doctors, as we have seen, of both the allopathic and homeopathic schools, have warned their conferences of the unsatisfactory results obtained both by surgery and radium, but without any appreciable effect, for the IM or operative treatment is still boosted as the correct treatment for malignancy. All the same, doctors sometimes find themselves in a quandary and have been known to turn to the unorthodox when it is a question of saving a relative. Dr. W.H. Roberts, the homeopath, wrote that an allopathic surgeon in the RAMC once called to see him about his sister, aged 47, who was suffering from a breast tumor for which she could not be treated, as advised by a leading Dublin surgeon, owing to the fact that she was suffering from heart disease. Dr. Roberts' caller added, quote, "I know nothing about homeopathy, but you are at liberty to try your remedies," close quote. The final upshot was that Dr. R cured the lady. There was no reoccurrence, and she lived for 17 years and finally died of some illness of the influenza type. See Health Through Homeopathy, July 1944. Homeopathic literature relates of many cures of cancer, some more speedy than others. Whether one agrees with homeopathic methods or not, at least the patient avoids the risk of having to suffer the after effects so often associated with radium treatment, surgery, or both. Fortunately, however, some doctors have vowed to discourage and depressed by the transient and painful results of these treatments that they are willing to try other methods in the interest of their patients. And it is just to these doctors that I address myself, as to sufferers who I have very good reason to believe could greatly benefit from the treatments described in this book. After all, things have not come in quite such a pass, though I shall have something to say about the medical autocracy in my final chapter. That a qualified doctor is forced by law to employ the precise treatment the medical powers may advertise as the best, nor can the law compel the citizen to operate upon or be burnt with radium against his will. But as Dr. Badow Bailey and other physicians of varied schools have pointed out, how can members of the public demand a different form of treatment unless they know that such treatments exist? When the medical profession advocates and boosts certain measures, as at one time it's advocating bleeding for every imaginable disease, little mention is made of the many failures and often fatal results, and it is only when the public finally gets to hear of these through the bitter experiences of the victims that a demand is made for something better. Sometimes a doctor will admit the superiority of a treatment, but abstain from using it, as witness the confession of certain doctor relatives to biochemistry, of which in a coroner's court he said, quote, "Biochemistry is the most logical and up-to-date method of treating disease, but we doctors are exceedingly conservative, and we shall stick to the old ways until compelled by circumstance," close quote, obviously meaning the demands of the public to adopt the newer and better system of medication, close quote. In view of all this, we are constrained to ask the questions mooted by C. Fraser Mackenzie, quote, "Is the medical profession for the welfare of the nation, or are the citizens for the benefit of the doctors?" Close quote. The answer goes on to say, quote, "Is in favor of the nation, provided doctors are generously treated," close quote. Quite so, and I, for one, am the last to which that doctors should not be fairly treated, even though I was compelled to cure myself with my own methods in the end. But as the matter stands at the moment, it is nonetheless looks very much as if the patients exist for the benefit of the doctors. Indeed, it would be hard to say, it would hardly do to ask how many patients have died while physicians have been preoccupied with medical etiquette. However, that need not detain us. The question is how to deal with the problem, which confronts the sufferer who has ceased to believe in orthodox methods and is prepared to try urine therapy. Should he dispense with doctors' services or should he not? From nearly every point of view I consider, it would be better if he did dispense with the services of his medical advisor. There is no practical reason whatsoever why the discovery, or rather rediscovery, of urine therapy should deprive the doctor of his bread, though that is a matter which rests entirely on the individual doctor. This book places him in the possession of the facts, and should he refuse when requested by a patient to supervise a urine fast, then I can hardly be blamed for what is not my fault. It will not be the first time that a patient has suggested to his physician the particular treatment he wishes to try, and if that particular beneficial results accrue therefrom, then all the better for the doctor's reputation. Moreover, a doctor can act as a buffer between the well-intentioned but obstructive and tiresome interferences of anxious but often quite prejudiced and ignorant relatives, who not only fear the worst but fear the formalities and publicity of an inquest as well. All the same, I must sound a note of warning. If a doctor thinks he can combine drugs with urine fast, despite my affirmations to the contrary, the suit will be a failure. As we have seen, urine therapy is a nature cure. It is the most literal sense of the word. In the most literal sense of the word, nature cure. And to employ measures which are contrary to nature at the same time would not only be quite illogical, but even dangerous. I know this to my cost, not as the result of interfering with nature itself, but as the result of others, doing so when my back was turned. Therefore, I give this warning and sincerely hope it may be heeded. Provided it's heeded, I again repeat that the supervision of a doctor is desirable from many points of view. Nor need the doctor feel any compunction in the matter, nor any slight to his dignity merely because this form of therapy was the outcome of a layman's experiments. Any physician who knows his medical history also knows that laymen have contributed much to the faculty of medicine. Even the adulated Pasteur, who, quote, did more to commercialize medicine than any other man, close quote, was not a doctor, but merely a chemist. I may also mention hydropathy, and the fact that doctors do not necessarily consider it infra-dig to be associated with hydropathic establishments. This being the case, I am optimistic enough to think that it is not too distant, in the not too distant future, there may be establishments where patients can be treated with urine therapy, and where there will be a staff of nurses looking after them and to do the urine rubbings. Why should people be destined to die of gangrene and other said to be incurable conditions when it is possible to save them? Although urine therapy can never be unfavorable to the employment of labor, any more than hydropathy has been in the past, there's also sanitation, which, as our Waterland points out, was introduced by laymen, quote, in the teeth of the passionate hostility of the medical profession which thought its interest threatened, close quote. Yet certainly sanitation has not been hostile to labor, and doctors themselves are now in much favor of the proper hygiene, as at one time they were against it. As a matter of fact, all reforms and changes threaten someone's interest, but in the end of the matter adjust themselves. Yet when all is said, it is right that vested interests should interfere with the physical well-being of the people. If I could honestly say that the various money-making gadgets that are now on the market were really meant for lasting health, instead of just being palliatives, often deceptive ones at that, I should be the last not to extol them. Nay, what interest have I in decrying them, being I have nothing to sell? The great advantage of urine therapy is the fact that it costs nothing and can be used by poor and rich alike. A large number of impecunious people are now treating themselves with urine therapy in their own homes with the kind assistance of relatives to do the rubbing, and the treatment does not cost them a penny. On the other hand, as I have implied, clinics in which urine therapy could be practiced and where it could be supervised by doctors would be of great convenience to those who could afford to attend such institutions. Water of Life, Chapter 20. Man the Mysterious. A modest but wise doctor once said to the writer, quote, if the truth be told, we know nothing, close quote. I am inclined to echo these sentiments, for truth to tell, for we to find out, the more we discover how little we really know. Through all the ages, despite philosophies, religions, and sciences, man still remains a mystery, and very often upsets all our pet theories. There are men who seem to break practically all the rules of health, and who smoke from morning till night, and yet live to a ripe old age, having had nothing more serious to contend with than the occasional cold in the head. There are other people who have ailed all their lives, but nonetheless contrive to live till 85 or longer. And the principle that, quote, a rusty gate swings long, close quote, how are we to account for such things? All we can lamely say is that there are exceptions which prove the rule, which, by the way, is a very foolish adage. One writer has suggested that some people are born with foolproof bodies. He may be right, but why are they thus born? Astrologers tell us that the precise moment, day, and year an entity is born into the world has a marked influence on his or her type of body. Some scientists who at first scoffed at this idea are now beginning to think there may be scientific reasons for it. Quote, fools deride, philosophers investigate, close quote, if they have the time. Astrologers further tell us that people born at a certain time of the year are more liable to suffer from certain weaknesses and diseases than are people born at another time of the year, this being largely due to their particular type of body. If this be true, though, I am not in a position to commit myself for or against it. It goes to explain why disease, and which is a unity, manifests in so many different ways. For instance, it is said that those born between March 21st and April 20th are apt to suffer from troubles connected with the head, face, brain, whereas, for instance, those born between the same days of September and October may suffer from afflictions of the lower abdomen or kidneys, or both, that is, provided they do not take suitable measures to avoid such troubles. This, I grant, may sound all very far-fetched, but I have learned never to scoff at that which I do not understand. Although I have proven up to the hilt the efficacy of urine therapy, it still contains for me a lot that is mysterious. When I ask myself, why should urine, when taken by the mouth especially, select those organs which require rebuilding, I can offer no more rational explanation than the doctor who tells us that certain drugs will affect certain organs. Not that doctors agree on this point, for a doctor once said in my presence that he left his college with 60 remedies for every disease and found in the first 10 years of his practice that he had 6 or more serious diseases to match his drugs, but no cures. It was this man who also said he found people who had no treatment and lived the longest and suffered the least. The inference to be drawn being that most people died of the doctor, not the disease. This worthy physician was a very candid man, but he would not have needed to make his admission had he employed urine therapy instead of his 60 drugs. The advantage of urine therapy is extreme simplicity, as anyone can see without the telling. It is not specific for any given disease. It is specific for health. It is also a prophylaxis against a number of annoying trifles, which are not the least annoying on that account. I do not exaggerate when I say that some thousands of people in Europe and America now know from experience that there is nothing equal to urine, especially old urine, for chapped hands, blisters, stings, sores, protected against, quote, barber's rash, close quote, wool sorter's disease, perspiring feet, loss of hair, dandruff, and various other unpleasant afflictions. Gargling with fresh urine both prevents and cures clergyman's throat, whilst to drink autogenous urine freely every day acts as a preventative against impeded flow of urine. It also facilitates evacuation, and this priceless remedy costs absolutely nothing. At first, a little self-discipline in the overcoming of what seems to be an unpleasant idea. Those who read the widely known book Mother India may remember some passages therein devoted to the filthy habits of the native peoples. Among the healthy superstitions, its authors pointed out that the belief that the water of one part of the famous river in North Middle India possessed healing properties. People bathed in it, drank its waters. Wondering whether there could be something more than faith in the cures effected, he had samples of the water analyzed by European analysts. The healing liquid proved to be nothing more than a weak dilution of urine and aqua pura. And with this starting denouement, I will end this chapter. Armstrong, Water of Life, Chapter 21, Concluding Reflections. It seems unnecessary to increase the volume of this book if the successful treatment of every man and very many thousands of cases of a large variety of diseases, include a liberal percentage of so-called incurable ones, does not prove so the efficacy of urine therapy, then nothing else can. Moreover, as we have seen, many of the patients who had previously tried other methods, both orthodox and unorthodox, without success. This is not to say that the therapy can, without exception, cure every patient from every disease condition. Severe arthritic conditions have proven very difficult to cure, whilst diabetic conditions have, in many cases, not yielded to the treatment at all. On the other hand, which may seem strange, growths and tumors said to be cancerous are also cataracts, have yielded quickly. As for those patients who might have been saved by urine therapy, they probably run into large figures. These are chiefly cases I had to decline to help not because I regarded them as hopeless in themselves, but because I feared the interference of a well-meaning but timid relative at a vital moment when such interference might well have proved fatal, and that then I should have been faced with an inquest. In short, I was taking no chances, for only qualified doctors can do this without a risk to themselves. In other words, doctors are allowed to experiment on their patients, either with drugs or with a knife, and if the patients die, so much the worse for their relatives, whilst the doctor is credited with having done his best with a hopeless case. One may perhaps argue that a layman who has found an efficacious cure for diseases should qualify himself to be an orthodox doctor, at least in the name, if not in fact. But how can a man with any pretensions to uprightness bring himself to study a system of medicine in which he does not believe, and which he regards as a menace to his health? And for what? Merely that he should be able to diagnose a given number of diseases and call them polysyllabic names? And supposing, as with urine therapy, the name of the disease has nothing to do with the selection of the treatment, what then? Indeed, the necessity for a correct diagnosis before a line of treatment can be decided upon is one of the drawbacks of the limitations of allopathy. For example, if a woman has a growth on her breast, the first thing a doctor wants to determine is whether it is malignant or benign. But with urine therapy, such questions is not the least important, since as we have witnessed, the treatment for all diseases is virtually the same procedure, seeing that if in the patient lies the magic fluid, the cure for his or her ills, and only prerequisite is to refrain from food like animals so as to give the nature her chance to do the work, and she will do it in her own way, provided she is not interfered with. This I have observed again and again with regard to the movement of the bowels during a urine fast, plus plain cold water, whereas the orthodox naturopath thinks it's necessary to assist the bowels with an enemata during a fast or cold water, alone, or on fruit juices. A mistaken policy, as no account should measure, quote, be resorted to during a urine fast, for nature must be left to determine when the bowels shall move. What we have to remember is that in fasting, urine taken via the mouth heals, rebuilds, and reconditions the vital organs, including the intestines, while the process is taking place. Often the bowels seem, as it were, to go to sleep and relapse into a state of inactivity, which in severe cases may even last as long as 19 days. Yet this inactivity is an advantage, especially to sufferers from hemorrhoids, as it gives the latter a chance to heal. Thus nature, if left alone, does her work in her own way, if we only have the faith to trust her, even though at first we may not understand her mysteries. Verily, nature's ways are not our ways, and she defies and contradicts every superstition and orthodox tenet practiced or believed. Armstrong's Water of Life. Afterword, whither medicine. If I remarked elsewhere, he who makes a useful discovery has a duty to fulfill. It is to give the discovery to the world. Even so, he may have further duty, and that is to warn the world against what he found to be harmful. Both big wigs and smaller wigs in the medical profession itself have done this at meetings, and in the fraternity, and in the journals and books with which the public at large do not read. Occasionally, however, a doctor or surgeon writes a book which is not intended exclusively for the profession. One such book, which contained many home truths, is Man the Unknown by Alexis Carrel of USA. So Alexis Carrel, Alexis Carrel, Carrel of USA. We not only live in an age when serums and vaccines have become very lucrative to their manufacturers and vendors, but we also live in an age of specialism despite the warnings of many physicians themselves about its dangers. Wrote Dr. Carroll, quote, much harm is caused by the extreme specialization of the physicians. When a specialist from the beginning of his career confines himself to a minute part of the body, the knowledge of the rest is so rudimentary that he is incapable of thoroughly understanding that part in which he specializes, close quote. Again, Dr. K.T. Morris wrote, quote, the patient who goes to the specialist in his or her own responsibility is jumping from the frying pan into the fire, close quote. See 50 Years of a Surgeon. Dr. W. H. Hay of the Hay Diet fame, quote, may also be cited. Relative to the specialist says, quote, each sees the thing he most wishes to see in the patient, finds the thing he's been taught to find, and unless superhuman, this is wholly to be expected, close quote. Nor are warnings against specialism confined to the Western continents. In an article by Dr. B. Bhattacharya of Barod, India, after maintaining that specialists as a class had been a bucuralic, a menace to the public, went on to say, quote, to set a specialist and study him in the relation to the special organ in which he specializes will excite the mirth even of the gods, close quote. Finally, I may cite Lord Horder, who, in a lecture delivered to the United States, declared, quote, "The spread of specialism and the increased interest of the public in medical matters have both combined to narrow the function of the general practitioner, who is, or should be, the clinician par excellence. I regard this as being no less dangerous to the public than it would be for the passenger of the ship if the captain left the bridge and the ship radio operator took his place." Close quote. There are forceful words, and yet they are more forceful than the words that many physicians have used relative to the dangers of serum therapy, radium, and the unnecessary interference with the knife. And this is not all, for we find the statistics common or cannot even be relied upon to give the real facts. In a pamphlet published by the Ministry of Health for official use by Dr. Koopman, one of his officials, given in an instance of large institutions in Lone, where 107 cases had been notified as diphtheria, of which no less than 100 of them had practically nothing the matter with them. Indeed, we find doctors who feel so strongly about what goes on in their own profession that they sometimes constrained to express themselves in terms so strong they would be regarded as libelous if voiced by a layman. For instance, we read, quote, "The history of the art of medicine so teems with delusive, inefficient, and capricious practices, fallacious and sophistical reasonings as to render it little more than a chaos of error, a tissue of deficit unworthy of admission among the useful arts and liberal pursuits of man." Close quote. Dr. Blaine. And yet, if all this can be said about against allopathy and the allopathical practices, and not by cranks and outsiders, but by members of the medical profession themselves, it seems a queer thing to say the least that medical orthodoxy, i.e. allopathy, is the one school recognized by the state, while such schools as osteopathy, herbalism, homeopathy, naturopathy, and biochemic systems of medicine are regarded as unworthy of official recognition, and are even labeled as quackery. Both osteopaths, biochemic practitioners, and homeopaths have seemingly cured in this country alone hundreds of patients who have in vain sought for relief in the hands of the allopaths. At the end of the last century, Dr. Ruth, an allopath who, at the account, could not be suspected of bias in favor of homeopathy, published some figures in which he showed that the number of deaths in hospitals under homeopathic treatment, must be allopathic treatment, just misspelled here, allopathic treatment accounted for far less than the number under, it must be homeopathic, I'll read this again. So the number of deaths in hospitals under homeopathic treatment amounted to far less than the number of allopathic treatment. Later on, the figure published in 1910 showed that the average death rate for under allopathic treatment was 9.89%, whereas under homeopathic treatment it was only 5%. Moreover, if we take some of the diseases separately, we find that during the period of the 32 years, the death rate under allopathic treatment for pneumonia was 29%, whilst under homeopathic treatment it was only 3%. As for diphtheria treated with antitoxin, the death rate was 16%, as against 4.5% for treated homeopathically without antitoxin. With regard to cholera, during 100 years under allopathic treatment, the death rate was 49%, whilst under homeopathic treatment it was only 16%. Apropos of cholera, the late Apropos of cholera, the late Dr. McCaughlan, medical inspector and not a homeopath, wrote that after the number of cures to true Asiatic cholera he had witnessed, cases that would have sunk under the allopathic treatment, if he himself should be attacked by cholera, he would far sooner be in the hands of a homeopath than an allopathic doctor. When last century there was a great outburst of cholera in the continent, a homeopath named Dr. Rubini of Naples treated less than 285 cases and did not have a single death among them. I have drawn attention to these facts and figures dating some years back because it was after and not before the homeopathy had been shown to be more efficacious, or at least at any rate less harmful than allopathy, that an attempt was made in England to suppress it altogether. Fortunately, however, for the homeopaths and their patients, the bill did not go through. Yet the attempt in itself was highly significant, and whether one believes in homeopathy per se or not, must give all intelligent members of the public food for serious reflection. For the question arises, if homeopathy can prevent more deaths than allopathy, then why is not the state a school of medicine, just as the Church of England is the state religion? Various suggestions have been put forward. One is that the homeopathic medicines are very inexpensive. Also, a homeopath does not require the service, except very rarely, of all or any of the assistants towards diagnosis to whom the allopath nowadays resorts. All this means less money is spent by the patient under homeopathic treatment than under allopathic treatment. Nor do homeopaths advocate large-scale preventative measures. They do not say, quote, as anyone might possibly catch smallpox, diphtheria, typhoid, tetanus, scarlet fever, and whatnot, he or she must take homeopathic prophylactics against one or all of these diseases. Close quote. For homeopaths know that the best preventative against all such disease is a healthy body. Moreover, it's time enough to talk about the prophylactics when people have actually been in close contact with smallpox or whatever it may be. Thus, if homeopathy became the state medical creed, serum manufacturers would no longer be able to buy an old horse for 18 pounds and make thousands of pounds of profit out of the unfortunate animal. And where will it all end? It began with the smallpox vaccines, and then vaccines for other diseases were also boosted, and so on it may go until the preventatives are advocated for almost every imaginable type of ailment. But what state the human blood will be in after it has been inoculated with all those poisons does not bear the thinking about. Sir Armstrong Wright, a pillar of the orthodox medical profession, stated that the entire belief in serum therapy rests on the foundation of sand. Dr. Bensteri even went so far as to say that he considered vaccines and sera to be chiefly responsible for the increase of those two really dangerous diseases, cancer and heart disease. And what is more, he added, quote, I have been for a long time a serologist and know what I am talking about, close quote. As for Dr. Bedell Bailey, he wrote, so great is the almost mystical veneration And where will it all end? It began with the smallpox vaccines, when vaccines for other diseases were also boosted, and so it may go until the preventatives are advocated for almost every imaginable type of ailment. But what state the human body will be in, the human blood will be in after it has been inoculated with all these poisons does not bear the thinking about. I just read this, but I was interrupted and I'm reading it again. So great is the almost mystical veneration in which antitoxic seras are held by medical science, and so powerful the commercial interests which benefit by their extended use, that it has come to be regarded as a breach of medical etiquette to criticize adversely this form of treatment, or to report untoward results of it. Close quote. What extollers of the vaccine treatment omit to mention when they triumphantly assert that smallpox was practically wiped out in the West by this means, is that smallpox is a dirt disease, that the science of hygiene was vastly improved since the days when it was rampant. Even so, the great Dr. Sydenham, who pooh-poohed vaccination, said the smallpox is quite a simple illness to cure, provided the patient was properly nursed. In view of all this, we may well ask whether medicines, quote, is the law going to force the public to submit to allegedly to be immunizations against this or that disease when the medicos themselves are not even agreeing that such measures are right, or dare not agree that they are wrong? And presuming that immunization does not actually become compulsory, that is not going to prevent the authorities from persuasively warning an innocent public against the dangers of not submitting to it. At one time, the church persuaded innocent people that if they did not bow down to her, they would have to burn in hell for an eternity. But though the autocracy of the clergy is now more or less a thing of the past, unless we are very firm in asserting our democratic rights, we may be faced with an even worse form of autocracy. That is the autocracy of what goes under the name of science. And I say advisedly, quote, goes under the name of science, close quote, because whilst true science endeavors to understand the laws of nature, false science tries to improve upon nature under the assumption that man knows better than damn nature herself. Thus, not only is our soil interfered with, but also the human body. Dogmatic surgeons have declared that tonsils, the appendix, and even the gallbladder are useless organs and therefore should be exparted in order to prevent them from becoming diseased. It is only comparatively short time ago that medical scientists told us that the pineal gland and the pituitary bony were also useless organs, and this merely because they had yet found no special reason for their existence in the human brain. Fortunately for man, they could not be excised without killing the patient. And yet, are the doctors entirely to blame for the existing state of affairs? Certainly a large number of individual doctors find themselves in a difficult position. Not many of them admit that they do not believe in filling their patients with pills and potions. But so much has the lay public been influenced by the prevailing fads and fashions that it is all too ignorant. Its members demand the latest and most up-to-date treatments from doctors who may not believe in those treatments themselves. As for the poorer classes, if they are not given a bottle of medicine by their physician, they consider they are not getting their money's worth. With regard to the operation, it cannot be denied that, despite their unpleasantness, attendance after pains, many persons actually enjoy them because they afford an opportunity for self-dramatization. Nevertheless, I contend the entire to be fussed over and coddled and commiserate in itself a sign of morbidity, and hence denotes the absence of true health. I'll even go so far as to say that most of the troubles in the world are either directly or indirectly due to the same cause. Nor will I exclude wars. Extravagant though it may sound, those men who foment and are directly responsible for wars are not normal and healthy human beings. Julius Caesar was an epileptic. Napoleon died of cancer of the stomach. Hitler presents neurasthenic of the most pronounced type. Goebbels with his club foot may be regarded as a degenerate. The obese Gorin at the time was a drug addict. Mussolini was another disease type and suffered from chronic internal trouble for which the doctors dared not operate. As for the late Kaiser Wilhelm, he was also abnormal and was born with physical deformities. It is only very advanced souls who can exhibit mental balance in spite of physical disabilities, and such souls are comparatively few and far between. But my principal contention is that when human beings register 100% true health, or even a little less, they feel at peace with all the world and have no wish to slaughter and persecute their fellows or exalt themselves above others. For health not only means inner happiness, but consequently a feeling of contentment with one's lot in the absence of fantastic ambitions such as those from which the self-appointed leaders have suffered at what cost to humanity. That 100% health is attainable, I have every reason to believe, but it is not what people can do, but what they will do towards this desideratum, which is the crux of the matter. Before they can be well-being, for all there will need to be a vast reformation in prevailing practices, and the methods of instruction of the masses of how to be well and keep well. As to the reformers themselves, they will be regarded merely as cranks for all their pains. Yet never let us forget that the crank of one generation often becomes the wise man of a later generation. Even old wives' remedies comes into their own when scientists find some scientific method of explaining them, just as the scientists have found some methods of explaining the necessity of eating a certain amount of vital foods by calling them vital elements, vitamins. That I should be labeled a crank is of course fully to be expected, and if the medical profession condenses to pay any attention to this exposition of urine therapy at all, it will probably be to bring all kinds of purely theoretical arguments against it. But will a single one of its critics be able to substantiate his theoretical condemnations? By saying truthfully that he has tried the method over a long period of years, if at all, and has found it wanting? I think not, for I have ceased to be the only practitioner of urine therapy according to the method here described, and other practitioners declare they find it as efficacious as myself have done. So that was the book Water of Life by Armstrong, the foreword, chapter 1 to 20, and the afterword. Clean version, no commentary. In my podcast, I give commentary after every couple chapters to give some more context and update some information that's kind of interesting. But I want to give a clean version, so thanks for listening. and God bless.